Hey folks, I have a great show today. Dom and Chris from the Sheep Farm podcast are with me, and we're going to, or I should say that Dom and Chris are going to take a deep dive into the Asher family. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Ashers, Jane Asher was Paul McCartney's girlfriend back in the 1960s. And for those of you who are familiar with the McCartney and Beatles conspiracy, it would be biological Paul's girlfriend going back to the 1960s, not Billy. Okay, so Dom and Chris, just a little background as to why you decided to jump into the Ashes. Why did you decide to take a look at that?
It's not a bad term, jump into the ashes. Especially for where we all are at the moment. I'll climb out of the ashes, one of the two. The reason is we've been doing over the last 2 or 3 years a series called The Huxley's Brave New World Order. So we've covered quite a lot of characters within the Huxley family. We've done the genealogy of Aldous Huxley and a lot of the other characters. We did 3 episodes of George Orwell, did his genealogy as well, and all the people that surrounded him. And because they were on the Beatles album, or sorry, Aldous Huxley was on the Beatles album, I thought, shall I do some research on every single individual who was on that album? And then I got to thinking, maybe I need to do everyone who was actually in the periphery of the Beatles as well. I never thought I'd be doing Beatles research, by the way.
Welcome to the club.
I'm sure you've heard that before. I'm not a fan of the Beatles. I don't hate the Beatles music or anything like that.
Right.
So it's not. I've not come at it like that. It's a pure clean slate to look at. And Jane Asher really sort of caught my eye, really, because the whole phenomenon around her family is quite interesting. So that's the real reason why she just jumped out. I don't know if you find this, Mike, but sort of research seems to find you as an individual.
Yes. Yeah, that's what happens. In fact, Mark Devlin and we did a show back on the 28th, 2 days ago. We talked about his book, No One's Dad.
I just
No one
started
does
listening to
plumber.
that. Just started listening to that today, Mike, actually.
Yeah, well, and we talked about that too, how you get into the research and information comes your way. And it's really, there's like a synchronicity that goes along with it. That's how I describe it. And because people have, even Mark brought it up yesterday, he said, well, you mentioned a couple of times over the 8 years that you were going to conclude and close out the research, which was my full intent. But what happened was every time I got close to thinking that I was going to pack it up, something significant came along. And then I had to make a decision. All right, do I really close the door on this thing, or do I take a dive into this and take a look at where this goes? So, and that's how it works. And for those who are not familiar with research, that's how it works. So
It's a little bit like writing a song, really, or a poem or something like that. You get inspired by something probably that isn't that tangible to most people,
right.
and it just takes you in that direction, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think I think we found as well, Dom, didn't we, that the Huxleys, along with the Beatles stuff that you do, Mike, it tied into a lot of the social engineering stuff, obviously, and it all just came into one. It all just turns into one big mass of social engineering, really, doesn't it?
I think we're up to about 20 odd hours of I think this will be the 10th episode, this Ashes to Ashes one. So we're up to about 20 hours of. I've done them in a documentary format. The Huxley Brave New World Order.
Okay.
We did quite a lot on the Doors as well, which seemed to link. It's very similar to the Beatles.
Yeah,
Social engineering.
What I call that, the Doors of Deception, because obviously the Doors were named after Aldous Huxley's book. But I'm just writing another one actually called The Doors of Conception, which is about all their genealogy. What I found is John Densmore goes back to ancient Vikings and Welsh royalty. I know it's not surprising anymore, but and Jim Morrison goes all the way back through the Sinclair or Sanclair family, which they wrote the Scottish Rites of Freemasonry, and emanates from Vikings, ancient Viking kings that were called basically the lizard kings.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
the
Tom,
ancient-
that's all coincidence, though.
Yeah. There's too many coincidences. A big stack of coincidences.
You don't
Like
have
Mount
to tell
Everest.
me.
Yeah.
That means Jimmy must have known them because he called himself Lizard King, didn't he?
Yeah,
So he must.
yeah.
Oh dear.
It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
amazing what you find when you start to look under the hood.
Yeah.
It really
It's a
is.
bit like I found a Viking that George Bush was related to, and he was called, let me get this right, Rollo Ralverston or something like that. I probably destroyed that name, but his nickname was the Walker, and
Okay.
he was George Bush's great whatever grandfather, George Walker Bush.
Right. Yeah.
Another coincidence.
It's unreal. It's unbelievable.
Mm.
And try to get people to understand it and to get on board with all of this stuff is difficult. But we're not going to stop trying.
No.
I told my mother-in-law, Mike, that we were talking to today. She's a massive Beatles fan. We're around her house at the weekend. She's got books everywhere, a Life magazine on the Beatles. She's got all this stuff.
This is
And
going to destroy her, isn't it?
I know. I said, oh, so you should. We're speaking to someone about the Beatles, and she said, "Oh, right. What's the conspiracy then?" I said, well, "I didn't mention the Paul is dead stuff. I just said that they're a manufactured band." And she said, "No, they're not. I've listened to them since I was a kid." I said, "Well, the fellow we're talking to, Mike, he's also a massive Beatles fan, but he's accepted that they're a manufactured band, and he's done loads of hours of research and shows on it. No. I used to have Beatles wallpaper when I was a kid." Right. Okay. That's really right.
Okay, Mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I said,
You
pointed a
got the
few more things
wallpaper.
out, and all she kept saying was, "Right, I had Beatle wallpaper when I was a kid." I'm like, yeah, but that's irrelevant to the case.
Well, I think what we're going to find later on, just to take it down another dark alley, is the people that own the merchandising also had their own Masonic lodge.
Is that
Probably
right?
Yeah.
little Masonic sign on a Beatles wallpaper, probably.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's a crazy story, really, and there's too many links to all of it for going back to what you just said, Mike, for it to be a coincidence.
Yeah. It's very few people really understand it, honestly. When you lay it up against the entirety of the population,
Very small percentage.
very, very small percentage.
And it's even difficult for us to understand, if you like, what it's there for, because it's like you're reading computer coding sometimes.
Yes. Yep. That's like when I first got into the numerology. I didn't really know anything about numerology. I mean, I knew what it was conceptually, but I kept getting hammered with it. Every time I would go in and do the research, I'd find the numbers. Then finally, I'm like, okay, like we spoke about before in the last show, it's pattern recognition. So you start seeing the patterns, and you have to understand, why does it keep popping up?
Yeah.
So it is it's a process of getting educated for us as well.
Yeah.
And I don't claim to know everything, and I'm prone to mistakes like everybody else. But but that's the journey. The journey is trying to figure this stuff out, and it's not easy because it's hidden from us. We're not supposed to know this stuff, so that's why sometimes it gets to be a little difficult to piece it together. But what you guys have done here with the Asher presentation is phenomenal.
Yeah. Bear in mind, this is only part one.
Well, when you're ready with part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, just let me know, and we'll do this show, because I find this stuff personally, I find it fascinating.
So do I. Yeah.
That's the bottom line, isn't it, Mike? It's fascinating.
It is. It's fascinating. So, what I'm going to do, Dom, if this is okay, I will bring up your charts, and you just tell me when to stick on a chart and when to move to the next chart, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
well,
let me see if I can do that now without botching this up. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll go to the second chart. Obviously, this is probably going to be an abbreviated presentation because we're going to chat around the areas. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. I just want to reiterate that I'm open to constructive criticism. I always am, but it has to be constructive. It's not, you're wrong because of X, Y, Z. Come up with, you need to tell me why this angle's not quite right for you. I'm always open to updating any sort of research. It'd be sort of some sort of alternative peer review, wouldn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
We're all amateurs, really, at the end of the day. But I think you'll find after this that the organic story of Jane Asher as the organic girlfriend of Paul McCartney 1 is starting to look a little orchestrated. I don't know about you, Mike, but the signs that me and Chris always come across, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but there's several things that seem to run through all these characters. Like we call it Blackpool Rock. Do you know the rock? You guys will call it candy, where it's got writing in the middle when you snap it in half. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you get that. Yeah. Anyway, it sort of runs through the DNA of all this research. Evidence of childhood trauma, possible physical, sexual, psychological, or financial. Nepotism. Obviously, a lot of these people are getting helped up the ladder. Ideologies, eugenics, population control, Darwinism, transhumanism, etc., etc. Links to intelligence agencies. The numbers, as we've just been talking about, symbology. Before we go on, in this presentation, the numbers 1957, 57 and 5 and 7 seem to appear constantly through it.
Yeah.
I know we were talking via email and you've done a bit of work on that, I think, Mike, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, 5 and 7 sums to 12, and 12 is a very important number in the occult and numerology. It reduces down to 3, and it also represents the triple sevens, because 12 in reverse is 21. Triple sevens goes back to Aleister Crowley. So they're very creative with how they present their numbers. Very creative. People will ask me sometimes, well, this seems like it's not as black and white as some people would like it to be. They just want it to be one way or the other. And I try to explain to them that it just doesn't work that way. It's not binary. It's not black and white. In fact, they can use numbers that will result in multiple results. And they use the numbers to communicate out. It's their way of communicating within their inner circle. That's what the numbers are used for, along with numbers in the occult being viewed as very powerful as far as adding to the power of a particular ritual. So
So
that's...
you're saying these are spells, if you like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's strange, because although my wife's into this stuff, she's obviously not into it like, say, me and Chris is, but it's the numbers that got her. She's from a sort of financial background, so numbers stood out, especially when I played a lot of your stuff going back into 2020. It was the numbers that fell into place for her.
Right.
Because she was partially awake. She didn't want to look into it because she knew it'd be a rabbit hole, but the numbers slapped around the face. And I've heard a few people like that as well.
Yeah. Well, numbers are very important in the occult. I get pushback from people. They don't think so. They don't think the numbers really mean anything. They just think numbers are when you go to the supermarket and you buy something and you get change. I said, no. I mean, their dates and their timestamps and all of that is very, very important. As an example, not to drag this out, but with the Beatles' first 7 albums, with the exception of their third album, A Hard Day's Night, there were 14 tracks on the albums, 7 songs aside. That's representative of the number 77, which goes back to Crowley, and it goes back to his book 77. Book 77 talks about how one should apply their true and pure will. So these are the types of ways that they insert the numbers into their really into their presentations and into their products, if I can kind of put it that way. And also when we engage with that presentation or that product, be it the music or whatever, in the minds of the occultists, that attention or that focus is something that they're seeking. That consciousness and that attachment to whatever it is that they have put out, which is occulted, they view that as significantly enhancing their rituals, making it more powerful.
I call it the Monsters Inc.
Yes.
paradigm where
Hmm.
they're draining energy from us.
Yes, exactly right.
Um, am I right in thinking that the number 57 is classed as the angel number for? I mean, that probably links to.
I
Anyway,
would
that's
have
where
to go back and take a
yeah,
look.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's my limited knowledge of numbers, by the way. Numbers aren't my thing. Chris is more into that side of it.
Well, the number 57 is interesting because the number 5 by itself is comprised of 1 plus 4 or 14. 14 is 7 and 7, 7 plus 7. And then you have the number 7 by itself. Now, the number 7 represents perfection. It represents
Okay.
expanded consciousness or perfection at the human level, where in the Kabbalah, the number 8 is perfection at God's level. So the number 7 is below the number 8. The number 7 is all around the Beatles, along with other very important numbers like 3, 6, 9, 11, 33, and so on. But the number 7 is very prominent around the Beatles.
Well, it's going to pop up quite a lot, and also we're going to see a lot of ties to secret societies, satanic groups, Masonic memberships. Not just Masonic memberships, but we'll see that Jane Asher's four ancestors actually have lodges named after them.
Okay.
Which is pretty important, I think. And also, they always have ties to royal or ancient or aristocratic or elite bloodlines as well.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the next slide if you can. Now, this is sort of troubling, as I would say. The Asher Elliot bloodline has all them points that we just mentioned. You know, all the 7 points there, the links that normally appear. Maybe some people have got one or two of them. The Bush family have them all, and the Johnsons have Boris Johnson's family have them all as well. Some kind of trauma, etc. I think over the years I've heard you mention that the Beatles are steeped in Masonic symbolism. Certainly, when I've watched a lot of your presentations, you've spoken about it. And Jane Asher and her family, the Elliot family mainly, are also steeped in Masonic connections and symbolism as well. Do you think these people are sort of tagged and followed from birth, Mike? It seems that way to me. Or to me,
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that those that have these bloodlines are tapped early on, and they are positioned for positions of influence as they make their way into adulthood, even starting as a child. So I mentioned this about Billy as well, because Stacy traced his bloodline back to the Douglas Hamiltons and the Percy bloodline, Percy being his mother's bloodline. And was he tapped originally? Was he being groomed and handled to lead the Beatles? I don't know. But was he being groomed and handled to have a position of influence, an important position in society? I believe that to be true. So I don't think it would be any different for the Ashers. And the Ashers have a very, very close tie, as we all know, because we're doing this presentation, into the Beatles.
Well, some of the interesting stuff is Jane Asher. To me, she looked like one of those typical English roses type of thing. You'd expect her, if you went back in time, to be some kind of princess, if you like. And she looked, like Lady Diana. And she had red hair. Diana was the lady in red. And they both share the same bloodline to Christa Berg, who wrote the song, by the way, which is another one of those weird connections. And she also shares a common ancestry with the Huxleys, so back to King Edward III. So that's another tie in there. But she also shares that common ancestry with Lewis Carroll, who she played Alice in the film Looking Through Alice Through the Looking Glass, and she shares a common ancestor with Lewis Carroll or Charles Ludwig Dodgson.
Now that's very interesting. And the Beatles themselves, Billy, Paul McCartney, and John Lennon talked a lot about how Lewis Carroll was a huge influence to them.
Yeah. And I think Chris did some research on the director of that actual film, and there's some strange stories about that film, isn't there, Chris? About the
Well,
director, anyway.
it just caught my attention. I just thought I'd look at the guy who directed this, Through the Looking Glass for Genealogy, Douglas Cleverdon, and he was a English radio producer and a bookseller and a publisher. Again, going back in time when the social engineers now are like film directors and music, you know, you see publishing come up quite a lot, and the art world. But he went to Oxford, and the one thing that stuck out the most, he was buried in Highgate Cemetery as well, which is quite a high up. You won't know that, might be over here. It's quite a high up cemetery in London, in Highgate, and he was known to be associated with numerous leading cultural figures, and he set up a bookshop in Bristol. And this is what the interesting part was. The first book he published was a book of prints by Eric Gill, and Eric Gill, you probably don't know this, I might, but in the BBC in England, there's a series of statues outside the BBC offices, and they were done by Eric Gill. And then it came out that Eric Gill was actually done for being a paedophile. He apparently molested his 2 daughters and his dog. So there was quite an uproar, mainly during the nonsense, and people went and defamed, and like, did they try to chisel it down, Dom? I think they tried to chisel it down.
They cut it down with a still saw.
They cut it down,
A
right?
guy went down, yeah. A guy actually cut it down.
They cut the whole thing down.
The irony is, this week they've actually put it back, and they've put a perspex cover around it. The BBC, who are known for all this type of nonsense going on.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
But he was also a part of the Fabian Society. This guy, sculptor. This is Eric Gill, sculptor, letterer, typeface designer. He won loads of awards and accolades for typeface design. Which, again, going back to when he was around, which was 1882, 1940. That would have been, making typeface would have been quite a big thing. Letter set, you know, letterheads and things like that. He was a sculptor, letter cutter, typographer, designer, and printmaker. Greatest artist and craftsman, he was called. He was referred to as a genius. Then, like I said, he sexually abused his daughter and his dog, weirdly. Member of the Fabian Society, Third Order of St. Dominic, another club of that kind of thing. Created, this is the interesting bit, and I only found this out today. He created several war memorials all around England for the First World War, and most of those are obelisks. But then I read up, and one of them was in Trumpington. Now, Mike, you won't know this, but I live in Trumpington, and I know where the obelisk is. It's just about 3 minutes from my house. I mean, I live in Cambridge in England, and Trumpington's a small village just south of Cambridge. Yeah, so I read that today and nearly fell off my chair.
So what we're basically saying there is the guy that made the film that Jane Asher was in, that was originally written by one of her cousins, if you like, Lewis Carroll, was best friends with this guy who was putting obelisks up and down the country.
And doing sculptures for the BBC. And also, Mike, BBC is 322 backwards.
Yeah.
And he went to school with... another guy he met at Oxford, who was another poet, writer, broadcaster, poet laureate. I didn't even know what that meant. It's
laureate.
Laureate, sorry. Yeah, it means he'd been appointed by the monarch. So this other guy, his other friend, this John Bettenjamin is called. He was taught by T.S. Eliot. Went to the Dragon School in Oxford. Was also taught by C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. What we're going to find is that T.S. Eliot is a uncle of a relation of Jane Asher.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Margaret Elliott's one of his cousins. Yeah.
Well, one thing I did find, and I'll just mention this quick because it's kind of unrelated, but I'm going to use it. We'll use it in this Huxley stuff. Is his other friend Roger Fry was a painter and a critic, and he was part of the Bloomsbury group, and he was responsible for bringing modern art to England. Which, I mean, the influence of that to now, where the shite that we produce now labelled as modern art. And he started up a group called the Amiga Workshops. And it was a group that made these specific household items, carpets and rugs and pots and stuff, all just having the Amiga logo on there. I mean, I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means, Mike? And the address of it was 33 Fitzroy Square, London. That's where they operated from.
Of course it was.
Just as a side mention. But we'll go into that a bit more in this next.
Well, he
couple of-
was with the Fabian Society, you said, right?
Yeah, the Eric Gill, the paedophile sculptor. Yeah. And the sculptures, sorry, Mike, that are on the BBC, I had a look at them. I didn't realise there were three. And basically, the first one, the main one that I think that got cut down, it's of a bearded man to look like Jesus, I suppose. But he's holding a little kid, a naked kid, and he's got a flute, which made me think of Pied Piper.
Pan,
Yeah, Pan. In every sculpture, there's a naked child or a naked boy, and a pan, a flute, and this is in the BBC, leading everyone astray.
It's just another coincidence, Chris.
Just another coincidence. But yeah, so Fabian Society, Mike, you're going to say then?
Yeah, no. Every time we go through this stuff, when I talk to you guys, I talk to Mark, I talk to myself. There's always this attachment to secret societies and symbols and these relationships connected to people that you would never think that they're connected to. It's always that story, always.
Well, Aldous Huxley's family were the part of the co-founders of the Fabian Society. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
Part of the family that they were married into, the Wedgwood.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Pottery family in England.
Yeah, the
famous for pottery.
Pottery family.
Which again sounds small, but Wedgwood in England, it was an entire Stoke-on-Trent, wasn't it?
Yes.
Was responsible for all the pottery in England, which is before companies there were hundreds of companies doing hundreds of things. One company would supply one thing. Sheffield would supply the steel. Stoke in England, that is right. Stoke was famous for pottery. And then it all kind of changed.
Well, that family became Barclays Bank.
Right.
Anyway, that's another story.
Better.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah. Can we have the next slide, Mike, please?
Yep.
So we've obviously heard you speak of this in the great book by
John Coleman.
John Coleman, sorry, I'm going to call him Conley then. John Coleman has wrote about this, and we know that Chatham House is part of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, or Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. And if we just move to the next one, that next slide there is Prime Minister William Pitt, who was the first Earl of Chatham. And he is related to Jane Asher. So this is the first links into the Tavistock coding, if you like. So the reason I'm mentioning this is because in 1785, Edward James Eliot, first son of Lord Eliot, married Lady Harriet Pitt, sister of William Pitt the Younger, who served as Prime Minister of Great Britain from 1766 to 1768. And through the birth of their daughter, the two families were tied in blood forever, if you like. Edward James Eliot is an ancestor of Margaret Eliot, Jane Asher's mother. Is the first link, if you like, to back to Tavistock. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Chatham House, the Royal Institute, was founded in 1920. Am I right?
Something like that, yeah.
It's interesting because that's about the same time, well, Tavistock came into play after it transitioned from World War One, being the propaganda arm, right, for the British military. And also it's the same time period that the Frankfurt School came into being. So it's that period of time where a lot of these internationalist types of organizations really started to get some traction.
Right after World War, when everyone wasn't looking, and we just wanted to recover.
And Tavistock was spawned from Wellington House. I should say that.
Yeah. Jane Asher's, Richard Asher, I think his family emanates from Frankfurt, from Germany. So I think that'll be part of part two.
Germany is really it's a hot spot for
the hub.
It's the hub.
Yeah.
The Rothschilds came out of Frankfurt, Germany.
The Rockefellers came out of Germany, probably out of Frankfurt as well.
Many of the Marxist intelligentsia.
Yes.
Came out of Germany. Yep.
Yeah. A lot of it. I know everyone says all roads lead to Rome, but I found with a lot of research, it does lead back. A lot of it leads back to Germany.
Yeah.
But yeah. So next slide, please.
Okay.
The Asher family lived at 57 Wimpole Street in London when Paul I lived there. They've lived there since they bought the house in 1957. Right, so we're seeing the links, yeah?
Yep.
When they moved from Great Portland Street in London. Now, I would say that the purchase of 57 Wimpole Street, if anybody's ever been to London and walked down these streets, this, even back in the days of 1957, it would have been an expensive area. And to buy a house on this, I'd have thought, looking at the houses there, the 4 or 5 story houses, they're quite big. And if you go to the next slide, Mike, you'll see the house. It'll show the house. So on the picture on that's the Royal Society of Medicine. So a lot of these properties on this road are all medical type backgrounds. We'll come to that in a sec. But the house there with the black door in the middle of those houses, just above the blue car,
Right here.
that is 57 Wimpole Street. That's where the Ashers lived. So you can see it's not a small house, that.
And then, like you said, Dom, it's in Westminster, which is, as London spread out and grown and grown, that was still the centre, even going back to that period of time. So it would have been an expensive house, wouldn't it?
I mean, that property there today would be tens of millions of pounds. So I don't know what it was worth back then, but it says they bought the house then. So there was something going on financially, whether it would Margaret Elliott's family that was funding that. But I found that information's a site that's a proper Beatles mad site called BeatlesInLondon.com that sort of wrote about what year they moved into that house. So 1957, they moved into that house. And like I said, that number will just keep popping up all the time. Yeah, the next slide, please, Mike. So, Wimpole Street, this is where it got its name from. Wimpole Street, Marylebone, central London. Like Harley Street, Wimpole Street is associated with private medical practices. The actual name Wimpole comes from the Wimpole Estate in Cambridgeshire, near where Chris lives.
I've actually been there. I've been to that estate and had a look round the ground. I mean, it'd be interesting to go there now, maybe with a camera and take some pictures. In the 18th century, it was the seat of the Harley family, who developed all the Harley Street, Wimpole Street. They also developed several other streets. I think were Oxford Street and Cambridge Street as well, that they actually built and developed. The Wimpole estate sits in the National Trust. It's about 3,000 acres. The Wimpole, it's listed in the Domesday Book in 1086. And yeah, so that if we go to the next slide, we'll just go into a little bit of the Harley family. Go on, Chris. Also, Dom, on the map, if you look at where their estate is, it's next to a village called Orwell.
Another coincidence.
I just thought I'd mention, because we thought we were discussing it today, and we thought maybe, I know there's a river Orwell, but I think that goes through Oxford. But there's actually a town called Orwell, a little village called Orwell. It's got Orwell Church, Orwell this, Orwell that, all inside of there.
We will find probably in the next episode that we'll show Jane Asher's genealogy with a direct ancestor to. They actually share an ancestor back to Edward III with George Orwell. It's the Earl of Westmoreland, and up in the north of England. So the next slide is this is the Harley family, and this is called the Harleian manuscripts after the family. And it's a collection of 7,660 manuscripts, including 2,200 illuminated manuscripts and 14,000 legal documents. And it's part of the Harleian Library, known as the Harley Collection. One of the closed collections, which I believe means you can't see it.
Closed collection, yeah. Harley's also a 33 in numerology.
Okay.
It was assembled by Robert Harley, 1st Earl of Oxford, aka Earl Mortimer, and his son, the 2nd Earl. And it was paid, it was bought in 1753 by the British government for £10,000, which I did some rough calculations, and that works. And somebody might correct me on this, but it works out, if they were buying it today, it'd be about £280 million.
Wow.
Now, if that's true, even if it's not, I mean, it's a bloody third of that. That's a lot of money in that day to buy some scrolls to hide them.
I would say
So
so.
I'd love to know what's in the scrolls there. So they come from, they're ancient scrolls from Western Europe, Britain, several Byzantine manuscripts in Greek and other languages, the Harley and genealogies of Old Welsh genealogies that are preserved at the British Library. They also feature Welsh royal families, which will show that Jane Asher is related to these royal families as well. Again, going back to the coincidence side, there's too much for it to be a coincidence. It has to be orchestrated in some way, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you have one situation, two situations, you can say, okay, it's coincidence. But when it keeps popping up over and over again, that's not a coincidence anymore. Now, like we mentioned earlier before we started, now we have patterns that we have to analyze. So, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing clear patterns.
I just want to talk about, if you go to the next slide, just talk about this chap. This is where the link to the Earls of Oxford come from for Jane. She's actually related to the people that built the street. All right. So that's the reason I'm pointing out Wimpole Street, because the Earls of Oxford, at the time, were the Harley family. Before the Harley family, the earldom was held by the House of De Vere, or the De Vere family, or De Vere, whichever one you want to call it. And they were the first Earls of Oxford. And they weren't just Masons, they had their own Masonic lodge in Nottingham. Those Masonic Harleyan manuscripts that also featured ancient Welsh royal, we'll see that Jane's a descendant of them guys. Aubrey de Vere, the first Earl of Oxford, he's the 15th Earl, who I'm showing you there, but the first Earl is through the line that Jane Asher is related to the very same people that built 57 Wimpole Street that she ended up living in with Paul McCartney. But I pulled that picture out there. That's John de Vere, the 15th Earl of Oxford. He's got a Beatles haircut.
Yeah.
And that's Jane's 15th, I think it's 11th great grandfather.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So the De Vere family, or that De Vere there, was the esquire to the body of the funeral of Henry VII in 1509, which is quite an important role when a royal family member's died. He was basically guarding the body, and he was appointed Earl of Oxford and appointed a knight as well for doing these things. And he was the Lord Chamberlain for life. Made another Knight of the Garter in 1527. So this guy's got quite a lot of noble orders after him. And he was there at a peace meeting between the King of France and King Henry VIII as well.
Okay.
That was called the Field of Cloth of Gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic blue blood stuff, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
But is it interesting? I mean, again, I find I'm just sad, but I find it interesting that why ain't anybody speaking that Jane Asher was living in a house with Paul McCartney, and it was built by her forebears. Why isn't that a news story? Why?
Why not? Because they didn't want anybody to know.
Yeah.
All of this stuff, as far as their bloodlines, they really do try to camouflage it as much as they possibly can. Right?
Yeah.
How was Jane Asher portrayed to us as what? A pretty redhead actress. That was it. I mean, before you guys introduced me to her background, I knew nothing about her connections.
Yeah, neither did I. Like yourself, when you start researching this stuff, you don't know what you're going to uncover, do you? You lift the manual cover up, and you don't really know what's in there. But yeah, let's go to this next story about Wimpole Street. The Wimpole Street fire. It killed. 10th of November 1935. I know. 10th of November 1935 at 6:30 a.m. There was a fire at 27 Wimpole Street where 5 people died. the fire was the catalyst to the UK's first emergency number that came into being on the 1st of July, 1937. The number was 999.
So what, that was used as an excuse to come up with the emergency 999?
That was part of, that was part, there was an act made of Parliament or something like that. It was spoken about, and this fire was brought into it.
Right, which is, it's like when they do, when there's always a shenanigans behind the thing, isn't there? When they bring in a new law or a new,
Interesting. So, and everybody should know, 27 is 9. Triple nines is 27. That's 9. Triple sixes is 18. That's 9. Okay. And I mentioned 5 before, right? 5, 630.
630, yeah.
6 plus 3 is 9.
Yeah.
And 5 is, 1 plus 4, 77. So these are all occulted numbers, all of it.
10th of November. Yeah. That's when the date were brought on at 6:30 a.m. Oh no, that's what the fire was. The 1st of July, 1937. That's when it was brought in. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting.
That was very interesting.
Yeah. The next slide, please, Mike. A lot of things happening on Wimpole Street. So yeah, the Barretts of Wimpole Street, one of the most famous residents after the Ashes and Paul McCartney, associated with I'll get my teeth in, Wimpole Street, was the poet Elizabeth Barrett, who lived at 50 Wimpole Street with her family. And in 1846, she eloped with Robert Browning, a famous English poet and playwright. He was noted for irony and characterization, so he was quite famous in his time. I mean, these are big things in the mid-1800s when you're a playwright and things like that. That's like going to the cinema or listening to a podcast or watching the news on TV. That's where people went, isn't it, to communicate things. But there are Beatles connections to this couple, by the way, which we're going to come on to in a bit. The street became famous based on a play of their courtship by Rudolf Wilhelm Bezier, a German guy, called The Barretts of Wimpole Street, which was written and released the play in 1930. He was friends with H.G. Wells, and H.G. Wells was mentored by Thomas Huxley, who was Aldous Huxley's grandfather, and H.G. Wells mentored Aldous Huxley. So, yeah. The play was about Elizabeth Barrett, whose father kept her a virtual prisoner in the house for most of her life. There were also 2 movies based on the story. The first one released on the 14th of September 1934. The second movie was released 17th of January 1957. The same year the Ashes moved into Wimpole Street.
Just noting as well, Ed, on the director of the first one, Sidney Franklin.
Right, go on.
Sidney Franklin School.
Oh, yeah.
That could be an actual
cover-up as well. Yeah,
could be an actual coincidence.
The movie plot: the disabled Elizabeth Barrett, adult daughter of Edward Moulton Barrett of Wimpole Street, and she has an intense interest in poetry. However, she lives under the obsessive rule of her father, who in fact shows clear incestuous tendencies towards her and discourages close contact with any males. When poet Robert Browning enters her life, matters are brought to a head through the intervention of Browning coming into her life, basically. In 1957, the film had a stellar cast, and the father was played by Sir John Gielgud, playing the incestuous Edward Moulton Barrett. And John Gielgud, it was one of the videos I wanted to play, Mike, that obviously when I was trying to set it up at my end, it didn't quite come off, but Sir Julian Huxley made a eugenics film in, let me get the year right, 1937, I think it was. And he talked about John Gielgud. Can you remember, Chris? In that, where he was doing the genealogy, saying these people are, he was showing the family lines of why these people basically rise to the top in acting, set design, costume design, and basically all these families were all related to each other, and John Gielgud was one of them, ironically.
We're basically describing the whole entertainment industry from costume designer to set designer to actor. They all had to be intelligentsia, basically, didn't they? They had to be well bred. They had to be good breeding, basically, to be able to do that job.
Yeah. The next slide, please. This is where it links directly into the Beatles. So, John and Yoko were big fans, apparently, of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. I don't know if they were big fans prior. Well, it has to be after McCartney lived there. I would have thought, because he didn't meet Yoko until after McCartney lived there, the first McCartney anyway. So the song Grow Old With Me is apparently one of the final songs. I mean, you'll know this, Mike, I don't know, written by John Lennon.
I know the song.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It was recorded by Lennon as a demo in Bermuda, apparently. And apparently the song is dated to have been written on July the 5th. Which is 57, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 57 reverse, right?
Yeah. In Fairyland, Bermuda. The song was released on the Milk and Honey album. It was rumoured to be one of the songs that was planned, or it was penned for a possible reunion single. Now, whether that's true, I don't know. The song inspired from two main sources: a poem by Robert Browning titled Rabbi Ben Ezra, and a song by Yoko Ono called Let Me Count the Ways. Yoko's song had been inspired by the before-mentioned Elizabeth Barrett Browning's poem, the Sonnets from Portuguese number 43.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah. The first line of Sonnets 43 has become one of the most famous English poems. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways.
Wow.
Yeah. And this is where it gets a bit odd. Lennon and Yoko had for some time not only admired Robert and Elizabeth Browning, but John and Yoko thought there might be a reincarnation of the couple.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah. Apparently, that's the story. I'm not.
No, I'm just, I'm shaking my head. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, all right. To like the poetry, I can understand that. Maybe write a song about that. Blah blah blah. But to think you're a reincarnation of everything that's gone on Wimpole Street with his friend Paul McCartney, etc., etc. Yeah,
Makes you wonder what's
really going on there.
What was there before Wimpole Street? Doesn't it?
Yeah,
Just as a side, just as a side note, there's a new John and Yoko film coming out called One to One.
I heard about it. Yeah.
Tethered to the only full length concert that John Lennon performed outside of the Beatles. They're keeping it alive, aren't they, Mike?
Well, they're going to keep doing it because, as I mentioned so many years ago, and there's going to be a ticker tape parade. In fact, the ticker tape parade is well underway. They're going to try to keep the Beatles alive and well in public awareness as much as they possibly can. And they are succeeding because it's everywhere. I mean, the ticker tape parade really started in 2009. That's when it really got legs, and it's been going strong now for since 2009. Was that 16 years? So yeah, they're going to keep going because the Beatles and are very important as far as being a main cog in the agenda to move it forward into the next age, Crowley's Aeon of Horus. Or
I just had a little thought there. Maybe music is going to get that bad. It's going to get worse and worse and worse as it is. That there'll be a massive retro look back to the Beatles and have a massive research. I mean, we could be going years ahead, couldn't it? The way the resurgence, proper nostalgic look back.
It could be. Now. Yeah. It could be. I mean, with this, clearly what they're doing is to make sure they solidify the Beatles as an entity of worship. And so that's, like I said, that's been well on its way for a long time. But I pegged 2009 as to when they really put the pedal to the metal. They stepped on the gas and they started turning out all kinds of stuff like Rock Band, the Beatles Rock Band. They released in 2009 the Past Masters with 33 tracks. I think it was the CD version in 2009. The Memoirs of Billy Shears came out in 2009. And then we had a whole slew of stuff. We had Peter Jackson's documentary. We have the Hulu 321 documentary. I mean, it just never stops. They did the song Now and Then. That was going back about a year and a half ago. So, and I mean, this is off the top of my head. I'm sure if I went back and said, what were major Beatle-oriented releases, whether it be books, recordings, or documentaries since 2009, we would get a pretty good list of things that they've been cranking out.
Well, from a marketing perspective, it's the ultimate marketing machine, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just relentless.
Yeah.
Relentless. And the information's relentless as well.
Yeah.
It's absolutely relentless. Next slide, please, Mike. We'll come to Margaret Asher now, or Margaret Elliott, as she's called. I think I've spelt her name there. It's one L. But anyway, never mind. She's got quite a royal ancestry coming from so many different directions that we'll try and get to that if we do a part 2. But the first ancestry line is from the Earl of St. I'm going to destroy this. St. Germans, or Germans. Again, we're coming back to why they're called Germans when they're called Elliot. But anyway, it's in the county of Cornwall, and it's a title of peerage in the UK that's held by the Elliot family. And as we'll see, that they've got close links to the royal families going back in time, many royal families, and it's I'd say a very important bloodline. And again, to say they've got Masonic connections is an understatement. Next slide, please, Mike. In fact, hang on a minute. I know you'll know all this, and I'm sure your listeners will, but just reiterate that Margaret Asher, or Elliot, best known student was George Martin.
Right.
And these, I can't reiterate. I can't get that in my head. That again, it's never really released out there. That's a big story. That what's it again? She taught George Martin music, who then. The guy who he was managing or writing the music for, producing the music, was living in their house going back 20 years forward. I mean, the coincidence of that happening, the chances of that happening, I'd like to put a bet on it anyway.
Well, that's the connection. It's out there that she was George Martin's music teacher, but it's presented in a very cursory way. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
That's how it's presented. Oh, isn't that? That's just so interesting and such a coincidence.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? But it's all connected, and it's very difficult for so many people to really come to grips with this. Because in order to have this, there has to be a long-term strategy and plan that's being implemented. In other words, people are being positioned to be in certain places at a certain time so that interactions take place and things happen. And that is not natural to most people, because most people don't have this kind of strategizing taking place in their life.
And we wouldn't put that type of effort or strategy into place to harm people or deceive people.
Right.
20, 30 years, 50 years in advance. To do this, to put these chess pieces in place.
Well, it goes back to what I said earlier when we first started the show, Dom. They need to make sure that their people, their bloodlines, their associates are in place and where they need to be in order to control. You can't control if there are people in place that you can't trust, you don't know, that are not signed off. And they're not bought into the agenda.
Yeah. And he also played a part in, I think, Jane Asher. I think it might have been that film or another film that we just spoke about, the one that Jane Asher was Alice in, or it might have been another film. But George Martin did the music for one of them. So they knew, you're talking the 50s here, so they knew, they interacted throughout prior to her meeting. It weren't just George was taught music and then he didn't see them again. They interacted throughout. I think Matt Sergiu found that information, that he was doing the film score for a film that she was in. So they kept contact. Throughout this, I had the distinct feeling that maybe George Martin was having an affair with Margaret Elliot. And I don't know why, it just kept popping into my head. I'm not saying, I've got no proof of anything like that. And because apparently there was a big thing about trying to matchmake with Jane Asher and Paul McCartney. And
Well,
so,
yeah.
Would it surprise you if he was the father of Jane Asher? Is what I'm trying to say.
Nothing surprises me.
No, I know.
Seriously,
Yeah.
at this point. And it's interesting because in the memoirs of Billy Shears, it explains to us that George Martin had a keen interest in Paul McCartney dating Jane Asher.
Well, I've never read the book, so
Yeah, so that's mentioned
yeah,
in the book,
yeah.
and which is, when I read that, I thought, well, that's kind of weird. Why does the producer of a band, why does he have such an interest
Yes.
in one of his artists having a relationship or being in a relationship with Jane Asher? So, and it's starting to kind of come together now as to why, because they're all working together.
Yes. Yeah. The pieces are in place. Someone knows the ancestry lines up with Paul 1, the first Paul, his ancestry. When that finishes, then obviously they've got to break because it doesn't match up anymore. But so Paul Elliot, the title of the Earls of Saint Germain, or Germans, is in the village of Saint Germain in Cornwall, and it's the earldom, and it's got another title as well, the Baron Elliot. So they don't just get one title; they get several titles throughout handed to them, and their offspring might take the barony, another one will take the earldom, etc., etc. And that place there, that picture, that castle or stately home, has got 1,730 acres with it. Which is 700 hectares, and it was sold. The current owner is Prince William, Duke of Cornwall. Of that now. Yeah, the Duchy of Lancaster. Yeah, so that's the close tie. Another a bit of evidence of close ties to the royal family.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but a lot. Yeah, so I'll go to the next one because I know you've. So this is T.S. Eliot, and they're related to a lot of these famous business people, the Eliot family. So they've got a Canadian angle, they've got the US angle, they've also got a European angle as well. They're a prominent American family, hailing from Massachusetts and Boston and Harvard University. Some of them are like what they call the Boston Brahmin class. I don't know if you've heard of that, Mike.
No.
That it's sort of like they're formed from like a political elite and a financial elite of that area, possibly around the end of the 18th century, 19th century, that time.
It's also referred to that area, the Eastern elites,
right,
in the United States.
Which is the Kennedys, isn't it? They're Boston elites, aren't they? That type of family. But yeah, so Margaret Asher's descendants from the Elliot family, the American cousins are all related. So there was Samuel Elliot, a banker. He was a businessman from the Elliot family. He was president of the Massachusetts Bank, etc. So he was he made one of the largest fortunes in Boston at the time. And his daughter married another German guy from Hamburg, a banker called Johann Heinrich Goslar III, owner of Berenbank. So the Elliots are married into all this ancient banking dynasty as well in Germany.
Yeah, like we mentioned, Germany is a hotbed. It's a hub.
So I'll show you one of the. If you go to the next slide, I'll show you one of the. That's the coat of arms of the Barenberg family. We'll go to the next one. This guy here, he was Bernard Corinthius Paus, or whatever he's called there. He was an honorary member of the Danish Order of the Freemasons, the Icelandic Order of Freemasons, and the Grand Land Lodge of the Freemasons of Germany. He was also part of the Supreme Council, Scottish Rite, Northern Jurisdiction of the USA, and the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite southern jurisdiction of America. Bernard Corinthius Paus. He was yeah, anyway. Grand Master of the Norwegian Order of Freemasons, he was.
He's got quite a resume.
Just a little bit. And that's a cousin, or a distant cousin of Jane Asher's. Yeah. So we'll just come to the next one. We'll go back to T.S. Eliot again.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, he's the one that I'd heard of, and I think I'm sure you guys have as well. But T.S. Eliot was a member of the avant-garde promoting the CIA funded the Congress for Cultural Freedom that we mentioned in our Huxley series. If you remember, Chris, they were publishing books and things like that. Going back to that, how important book publishing is as well, and they were funded by the CIA. So he basically was working for the CIA.
It's interesting because Yoko was knee deep into the avant-garde, and Billy was as well.
I think we can see who's controlling all this stuff.
Yeah.
He was a friend of Bertrand Russell. Was T.S. Eliot? He was Duke of Bedford, and the Duke of Tavistock was Bertrand Russell.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah, the Duke of Tavistock.
I think it was Bertrand Russell. The quote was that the objective is to convince people that snow is black.
Was that him? Was it?
I think it was him. And then he had said that, but if we can get them to believe that it's gray, how cost effective is that? In other words, it doesn't matter whether it's black or gray. They believe that snow is not white. So I believe that was his quote.
Well, it's working, because if you point to chemtrails and stuff like that in the sky, people say, "Oh no, they're not. They're just clouds."
Yeah, or that men can have babies and breastfeed. That's another example, right?
Oh, damn! You mean tell me they can't? Apparently, Paul met Russell at Wimpole Street after an introduction by the Ashers.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He claimed that it was Russell who turned him on to what was going on in Vietnam, and as a consequence, he told Lennon, who then started to go into the whole peace thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm starting to see, when I start doing this and when I'm reading back through it again, I'm starting to think that this old Margaret Asher, just an ordinary little music teacher and musician who by chance taught George Martin's, starting to smell of cows a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just unbelievable to me. I mean, I know I'm quiet here because I'm reading the charts, and as you're going through this, Dom, I'm trying to mentally make sure I keep the connections in place.
Yeah.
But it's folks, those of you who are watching this, and you question that there's an overarching control system, and this should help you to understand that there is, if you have any doubts.
Hopefully by the end of this, there'll be no doubts, but
yeah,
it's well, adding to your work, I mean, it all starts adding together from a different direction. I thought when I were doing something like this, if I were ever going to do anything about anything related to the Beatles, it had to be something totally different.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, how did you get into the Ashers? I just didn't, not that I didn't think about it. It's just that I really wasn't motivated to do so because I was so focused on everything else with the Beatles. But I'm glad you guys, dove into it.
You get channeled in, like we're saying, you get channeled into a certain area.
Yeah.
And you just start digging and digging and digging, and you find stuff, don't you? The first one was, ironically, a genealogy, which we will come to at some point. But
okay.
Yeah. And we'll go to the next slide, if we can. Dr. Richard Asher. A lot's been said about Dr. Richard Asher and his death and things like that, and it was odd, the strange death. We'll come to that in a sec. I know people will not already know about it. Some of this stuff I understand that people will have already read about and looked into. Hopefully you're finding some new stuff as well. He was an endocrinologist, he was a hematologist, and his medical career is as interesting as his mysterious death. And the numbers also are interesting. He was a member of the Royal College of Physicians. He was born in Brighton. He's the son of Louise Stern and the Reverend Felix Asher, and educated at Lancing College, a public school. It was via boarding school he went to. Dr. Richard Asher was a consultant in mental diseases, which is I always found a bit strange, because an endocrinologist and a hematologist got nothing to do with mental behaviour. So how he's gone into that side of it, I don't know. And he is portrayed as some kind of expert in mental illness as well. As well as being a broadcaster. He said he was a broadcaster. I never found anything that he'd broadcast anything.
I didn't know that.
No, I didn't either. He was an author of notable medical articles. Yeah, got plenty of them. He was also a senior physician responsible for the mental observation ward at the Central Middlesex Hospital. Now, Matt Sergio, we're going to do a bit of a collab because he's found some interesting stuff that links it sort of like, it looks like the British arm of MK Ultra.
I was just going to say, yeah.
It's ringing bells in it, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the people that were born at this hospital around about the time when he worked there was a guy called Patrick McKay, who was a British serial killer. I found that I haven't looked into that side of it, but again, if they're doing things that we think they're doing at these places, and they're churning out babies that have been anyway programmed.
Well, when the time is right, let me know, and I'll tell you a little story that's, again, in memoirs, that tells us about how Richard Asher was applying hypnosis to Paul McCartney.
Right, yeah. Well, we'll come down to the hypnosis part, and then that's all there.
Okay.
We have some evidence that Dr. Richard Asher and other colleagues were part of Tavistock. I think we've seen that here. That's where I think we're seeing with this. He came up and described and named Munchausen syndrome. I don't know if you heard about that. It's basically a fictitious disorder that is, so it's a bit like being a hypochondriac, but you're acting out the part that you're ill in depth with, like, validation, and you're looking for sympathy. And it was named after Baron Munchausen, fictional German nobleman, created by Rudolf Erich Rasp, who also wrote a treatise on Bishop Thomas Percy. I hope that everyone's listening to these names, because Percy is related to the Percy family. So he named Munchausen syndrome a fictitious disorder where people think they're sick, right, after Baron Munchausen, that was written by a guy who also wrote about the Percy family.
Yeah. And so the audience is probably familiar on my end that Stacy's work has tied Billy's family tree back to the Percy family as well, on his mother's side of the family. So I'll just leave it there because I don't want to steal any thunder. But
we're not going to steal anything. It's all linking in. That's what the big part about it is.
Yeah.
So the Percy family, aka the Earls of Northumberland, it was Lord Percy, who we're going to talk about in a moment, who headed up the Percy Commission. And I'll leave it at that for the time being. I'm not going to bring any dates in there or anything, because the dates match up with all the other numbers that we've been talking about. So the difference between hypochondriacs and people with Munchausen syndrome is that people with Munchausen syndrome may be skilled at deceiving medical professionals, while people with hypochondria may be resistant to reassurance and may, I'm reading this out by the way, may continue to worry about their health despite medical reassurance. That's the two differences.
Okay.
Now that tells me that they're actually doing experiments on people to find this out.
Yeah.
Because how many people is going to come in with Munchausen syndrome to a hospital?
Yeah. And that's what Tavistock was all about.
Yeah. Which, if you wind that onto 2020, and how many people became hypochondriacs? So this is your sort of your expertise, this, Mike, isn't it? This next bit. He wrote a paper called "Respectable Hypnosis," did Dr. Asher, and he wrote it on February the 11th, 1956.
February 11th. Okay, 1956.
Respectable Hypnosis, and I'll read this out. This part. If you read the paper, look at the heading: the state of hypnosis, right? If you find that, if you look up respectable hypnosis, a PDF, you can read it on it, and tell me if it sounds like Manchurian Candidate programming. Under deep hypnosis, the subject automatically obeys any suggestions made by the hypnotist. For instance, if you suggest that he cannot move, he is virtually paralyzed. But if you suggest that he can move, then he does so. If you suggest that he will obey only your requests, then others can command him in vain. But if you suggest that he will obey other people, then he will be obedient to them. Those phenomena, which can be induced under deep hypnosis, include paralysis, rigidity, anesthesia, automatic obedience, delusions, post-hypnotic suggestion, and post-hypnotic amnesia. So he wrote this paper, and that's a section of that paper that out of it, and you've probably heard that before.
Yeah, I have a copy of the paper. Now, let me just explain. As you mentioned, Dom, I do have some expertise in this area. I was a certified master hypnotherapist. I was 12 years of private practice, and I was also an instructor for almost a decade. What he just discussed there can only happen, those types of results can only happen after repetitive sessions. In other words, somebody's got to be in a program. Because if you just bring somebody in for hypnosis and you put them into trance for an hour and a half, you typically cannot make somebody do something that they don't want to do. Their subconscious mind will cut it off and say, no, I'm not going to do that. In fact, we used to always say, people would ask me, they'd say, they'd find out that I was a hypnotherapist, and they'd say, oh, are you going to make me bark like a dog? I said, not unless you want to.
Yeah.
So when he talks about these types of results in this paper, they will only obey the person that the hypnotherapist tells them to obey. They will only do this. They will only do that. That tells me that this is somebody that is in a long-term program, which means to me, it's not just hypnosis that's taking place. So there could be electric shock. There could be sensory deprivation. There could be drugs involved. So if I had to take a guess, and again, to me, because of my experience, it's an educated guess, he's talking about the results of somebody being in a mind control program.
And I think me and Matt Sergio have been sending each other information. He's linked him back to a guy, I forget his name now, I think it was called Sargent, who worked at the Maudsley Hospital. The Maudsley Hospital in London was another mental institution. Actually, Boris Johnson's mother went there, didn't she, Chris?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, and she was electrocuted and reprogrammed. Yeah.
This is like the work of Ewan Cameron.
Yes. Well, Dr. Sargent was friends with Ewan Cameron. That's the link. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
And he was a mentor. He was a mentor to Asher.
Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, it's so twisted on so many levels.
I actually think when I was doing this, and me and Matt talked about this, when I was doing this part of the research, I actually thought you're actually seeing the British arm of, I know it's Tavistock, but you're actually seeing it in operation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so his paper, really what it's doing is it's normalizing, right? This is their way of normalizing it and playing it down. And the average person would look at that and, just not really understand what's really going on behind the scenes in order to get those results.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, again, it's a program. He's discussing people who are in a mind control program.
And who better to practice on than people who are, and it's happened over and over again, people who are mentally ill, people who are susceptible to these treatments, they're the ones that practice on, don't they?
Yeah, well, Tavistock got started by claiming that they were going to help soldiers from World War I who were shell-shocked.
Yeah.
So what they did after World War I is they had an immediate base of inventory of patients or subjects that they can experiment with.
And they were willing subjects because they wanted to get better.
They wanted to get better.
Yeah.
Right. So some guy comes in a white coat and, and you're like, okay.
Yeah. And fries the brain.
There's the trust, right? That's how that's how everything works.
Mhm.
You know, they have you trust the system, and then the system then breaches that trust, and most people still don't figure it out after the
Yeah.
trust has been breached. But yeah,
And isn't it strange that we've gone from sort of talking about the Beatles and stuff, now we're on to something really dark there, aren't we?
yeah,
That subject there. Did you say you had something in the book, Billy Shear's book, about Paul
yeah.
McCartney and Asher?
So Paul McCartney, or Billy, has told a story a number of times where he says that the song Yesterday came to him in a dream. And he has a dream and he has the melody. And then when he wakes up, he's got this song milling around in his head. And the way the story goes is he went to different people. I think George Martin was one of them, and said, "Hey, you know, I've got this song in my head. Does it sound familiar to you? Is this a song that you recognize?" And everybody's saying, "No, no, 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 no." So, so he's telling us the song came to him in a dream, or came to Paul in a dream, if the story's even true. But let's just take it at face value, right? In Memoirs, it explains that when Paul McCartney lived at the Ashers, he had a bedroom with a piano in the bedroom. In fact, Billy talks about this as well. When he goes back and tells the tales from yesteryear, he says that there was a piano in the room. Memoirs tells us that Richard Asher would put Paul McCartney into trance, into hypnosis. Then Margaret Asher would play the piano. And the melody that she was playing was Yesterday. And so the post-hypnotic suggestion that Richard Asher gave to Paul McCartney while he was in trance is that you're going to remember the melody and nothing else. You're not going to remember Margaret Asher playing the piano. You're just going to remember the song. And that's in the book. Now, again, my experience is that if I did that, if I put somebody into trance and, you know, we played the piano, would they remember the melody? They would. All of it, maybe, but would they also have some recall of other things going on in the room? Yes, that could actually be. That could happen. Um, so if the story that Memoirs tells us, and actually the story that Billy tells us about yesterday coming to him or Paul in a dream is true, that tells me that it's possible that Paul McCartney was in a mind control program. Because in order to get those, again, in order to get those types of results, there's got to be a situation where the person goes into very, very, very deep trance, very deep. And the way somebody goes into very deep trance is there has to be multiple sessions. I used to explain to my clients that the more hypnosis sessions you have, the more acclimated you become to the process, and the deeper you go into trance. The deeper you go into trance, the higher the odds, much higher, of achieving the results that you're looking for. Because what happens is, as you go into very, very deep trance, the conscious mind, which is a gatekeeper, leaves the room. And now the hypnotist is just working with the subconscious mind. Now, for the work I was doing, I was helping people with public speaking, self-confidence, quit smoking, release weight, those types of things. You don't have to have somebody in deep, deep, deep trance to get that stuff done. And you get them in there's four hypnosis states. There's beta, which is your waking state. There's alpha, which is a light trance state. That's the trance state that people are in when they're watching television, watching a movie, reading a book, when you're in class and the teacher's writing on the board. There's theta, which is a deep trance state. Those are the types of trance states where you have very deep meditation, past life regressions, those types of experiences. And then fourth is delta. Delta would be sleep. So most clients, when you bring them into a hypnosis session, they will dip in under the alpha state. You want to try to get them in theta, but it's the upper tier or the upper end of theta. But to get somebody into such a deep state, there has to be multiple sessions, and they have to be a good subject for trance. Some people are just not good subjects or clients to put into trance. You can get them in, you might get them into a very light trance state. When you have light trance states, somebody can only get into like alpha or deep alpha. You have to have multiple sessions in order to try to get the client to realize their objectives. In other words, they want to lose weight, quit smoking, stop vaping, be a better public speaker, and so on.
So,
But
so
this
suppose,
type of stuff here, we're talking about, a whole different level of depth of trance.
and intention as well. It's totally different. Stopping, having a positive effect of someone stopping smoking is a difference of having a positive effect of what we'll be talking about with McCartney.
Yeah, and a big piece of it, Dom, is trust, right? So when people came to see me, one of the things that you do when you pre-talk is to build a rapport with your client so that they trust you, that you're going to guide them through this process and they're going to get help. In this case here, Paul McCartney, in all likelihood, he had total trust in the ashes.
Or he would. I mean, Dr. Asher was a mental doctor, so he will have access to drugs and things like that as well.
That's what I was saying before about a possible mind control program. So if there were drugs involved, obviously, that's
takes it to a different level.
When you listen when you listen to them SRA survivors, satanic ritual abuse survivors, I've heard some of them say that it's the way they get them into it. It's methodical and technical. There's no adapting to each personality. It works immediately on everybody.
Yeah.
The system that they use, the torture and whatever systems they use, it just works. So,
yeah. Well, that's because when people say mind control is hypnosis is mind control, I always correct them. I said, no, hypnosis is one of the tools in the toolbox of a mind control program. Because there could be physical and mental trauma, sensory deprivation, drugs, electric shock. All of these things come into play when you have a mind control program, because the objective is to totally break that person's mind down. I think it was you and Cameron called it pattern repattern.
So now the Alice in Wonderland, Jane Asher in that film becomes more than just her acting in a film, doesn't it? It has to be.
Yep. It gets, now you're leaning into you're leaning into a level now where you've peeled the outer layer off. And Alice in Wonderland is not just a kid's story anymore.
Yeah. And it's not just luck that she's actually ends up acting in it.
Yeah.
I'm sure from that story you told us there, Mike, about yesterday, they can't have resisted putting some of the clues in the film they made yesterday, where
the guy that went into a different reality.
Yeah.
I did a video on that.
Yeah.
And that was clearly, that movie was clearly depicting the Beatles and Paul McCartney being replaced.
Yeah. I haven't watched it, but we'll watch it.
I watched it.
Yeah.
It was okay. But you have to go in with an understanding of the conspiracy, because once you understand the conspiracy, even at a pretty basic level, you can understand what it is that they were depicting in that movie. The guy that went into a different reality and was playing the Beatles songs, he was Billy. So anyway.
Yeah.
Richard Curtis made that, no? Curtis.
Yeah. Next slide, let's talk about Dr. Asher a little bit. I didn't want to spend too much time on him, but he's a fascinating subject, to be honest with you. His family's fascinated as well. He actually went missing a few years before he actually turned up dead in his cellar. He went missing around about 1963, 64 as well. it was around about the time that McCartney had moved in, and apparently went missing because of all the people queuing up outside the house, all that nonsense. It sounds like a nonsense story, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
and it stressed him out that much. But it also coincided with him leaving his job. So he left his job at the hospital. He suddenly gave up his job at the hospital. He was sort of kicked out, apparently, and he started working from home because he had his doctor's practice at home as well. Yeah, so in the press, his son, Peter, who McCartney apparently wrote a song for, didn't he? Anyway, he said that it was because of the stress of McCartney living there.
Bit of retraining.
Yeah, retraining. So he left home, left his job at the hospital to spend more time at home programming the McCartney one.
It was the precursor to working from home.
Yeah. So
he was a trendsetter.
Yeah. Anyway, that's that bit. I don't really want to jump into too much of that story. But when he died, he went missing, and then they found him a week later in the basement. And the basement is where, again, that's got connotations as well, hasn't it? Because Alice in Wonderland was down in a rabbit hole, if you like, in the basement. And he was apparently was he taught piano in one of the rooms in the basement, or he did something in the basement, McCartney? I'm sure.
I don't know. I know that the piano bit in the bedroom. I don't know about the basement.
Yeah. There was something in the basement that he did as well. But again,
so he went missing for 5 days, right? Is that the story? Like
that's the story. Yeah.
And they found him in the basement. So nobody bothered to look in the basement.
Yeah, nobody bothered to look in the basement. Yeah, for 5 days. Yeah.
Yeah, that story makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Age 57.
57 years old. There's the 5 and 7 again.
On the 27th, on 25th of April, which is 7 and 5 again. No, 7 and 4, sorry. Anyway. So I find this a bit hard to believe, where the journalists were insinuating that he was not happy about his children and what they'd been up to, and that's why he committed suicide. I think you could read into that he probably knew a little bit more or a little too much, and he was suicided.
That could be. Or he got to a point where he had self-reflection about perhaps what the entire family was involved in. That could be.
It reminds me of the other MK Ultra story. Was it the American Olson? Was it Lieutenant Olson who accidentally flew out of a window?
Yeah, they dosed him with LSD.
Maybe he got too panicky and had to be let go, so to speak.
Yeah, they said either he was on a trip or somebody flung him off the balcony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
his family still trying to sue, I think, apparently, Mike.
Yeah. It was probably them throwing him off the balcony.
But there's a book written after his death. The next slide, if you want, Mike. I'll jump forward onto this. This was written by a lot of his peers, if you like, about 4 or 5 years after he died in 1972, called Dr. Asher Talking Sense. So it's all about they basically printed his papers and given like a synopsis of his work. And I've actually got that book. I mean, it's not an interesting book to read, but the people who were doing the forwards and stuff like that are the interesting part. Forward was written by a guy called Max Leonard Rosenheim, or Baron Rosenheim, KBE, who was knighted as well. And he's a British physician, born in Germany. He's from Würzburg, Germany. That's where his family's from. And he was in the Royal Army Medical Corps in 1941. So he was part of the in World War II Allied land forces. The other one is Sir Francis Avery Jones, a Welsh physician. So all these people working with him, as you can see, another one, Sir Francis Fraser. He was good friends with Abraham Flexner, who worked for the Rockefellers. Blah blah blah. The Flexner Report is a world famous Flexner Report that basically changed medicine. He actually did a talk for Flexner he was part of the Flexner Report. Was this guy who was one of Richard Asher's friends? Do we need to say any more?
No, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, this is where it gets really interesting. The next one, if that wasn't interesting enough, right? So, this bit sent me. I had to step away for a bit because sometimes you get research and it gets a bit too much for you. But the Royal Commission on the law relating to mental illness and mental deficiency. It was started in 19. What's the date again?
57.
Yeah. When Stacey did her presentation for her research on your show, showing the Scottish lineage, she mentioned the Percy family and the Earls of Northumberland, and they've popped up during this research as well. Firstly, through the Royal Commission for the Law and Mental Illness and Mental Deficiency, it was set up to review the existing framework or governing detention and care of people with mental illness. So to me, that sounds like, yeah, it sounds very nice and, we're going to look after people, but it also sounds like one of those cover terms that they use to cover up something else, if you ask me. So in 1957, Dr. Richard Asher contributed to this Royal Commission by writing a memorandum titled Mental Observation Wards. So he was writing his, I think, if you go to the next slide, you can see there, that's the information there on the right-hand side is the part that Dr. Asher wrote there. You can actually read it if people want to read it. It reminded me of the Ken Kesey story. Can you remember he was working in a mental ward and they were actually doing MK Ultra there. It was a veterans ward, I think. And he partook in the MK Ultra. They were giving LSD, weren't they? But that ward sounds like that to me. And then he went on to write One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest, Chris.
Yeah, One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah, Ken Kesey. And did the acid tests and the Grateful Dead stuff. So yeah, he wrote in 1957. Just to backtrack, Dr. Asher contributed to the Royal Commission on mental illness by writing a memorandum entitled Mental Observation Wards. What that shows to me is that he was highly thought of within a group of people.
Absolutely.
To get onto this was called the Percy Commission after, so it was shortened. So that title I gave you there, the mental, whatever is it, Act of Mental, whatever it is, I can't remember, Mental Illness and Mental Deficiency, was also known as the Percy Commission.
Okay.
All right. So I did a bit of looking on the Percy family. If you go to the next slide, and the family tree of the Percy family, as Stacey worked on, is very interesting. But the Sir Henry de Percy, first Baron of Alnwick Castle spelled Alnwick, but I think it's pronounced Alnwick Castle in Northumberland. This is round about circa 1270s, so quite a long time ago. This will be Jane's 19th great-grandfather.
Okay, so this is the linkage now back to the Percy family, the Percy bloodline. Okay.
Yeah. He would also be a great-grandfather of the man Dr. Asher was working for on the Percy Commission as well. So now Jane's actually related to the guy that's running the Percy Commission, who Dr. Richard Asher is writing that memorandum for. And the Elliots are related to that family.
Okay.
By blood. Yeah. And that's these are twists that you come across, and the connection with what Stacey did as well sort of validates what she was doing if she needed validation, but it sort of revalidates it as well, doesn't it? It adds more weight to what she was saying, is what I'm trying to say, I suppose.
No, this is great because this is connected right into what Stacey presented. And, I tell folks that I thought Stacey's work was very compelling, but to have you guys then take a look at it from a different angle, completely different angle, and see it converge is even more compelling.
Yeah. And the next one we'll come to is I think it's the lady that she was speaking about. Elizabeth Douglas Hamilton. She's the
wife
she,
of Douglas Hamilton.
that's right. Yeah, she's a Percy, isn't she? That's right.
Yes.
She, and this is where her royal genealogy comes to it. And so that's her back to King Charles, King Stuart, Charles Stuart II, King of Britain. Yeah.
Right. So for the audience, if you look at the bottom of the chart, the far right, the image of that lady, Stacy's work, going back, I guess, about a year ago or so, I lose track of time. This would be conceivably, if Stacy nailed it, and I tend to think she did, would be Billy's mother.
Yes. Yeah. Elizabeth Percy, 1916 to 2008. That's the lady that Stacey mentioned. She was married to Douglas Hamilton, 14th Duke of Hamilton. Elizabeth Percy, or Elizabeth Percy, Duchess of Hamilton, was the daughter of Alan Ian Percy, 8th Duke of Northumberland, and Lady Helen Magdalen Gordon Lennox. Right name, that, isn't it? And we'll find that the Gordon part of that name, the Ashes are also, well, the Elliot family are also related to that family as well. Probably on the next slide. But Lady Helen Gordon Lennox married name became Helen Percy when she married into the Northumberland family on the 18th of October 1911. And they've also, yeah, I think the Lennox part, I traced Annie Lennox. I think I told Mark about this, but he didn't have time.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, Annie Lennox traces back to that aristocratic lineage as well.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's a bit freaky, isn't it, when you start seeing it in the cold light of day. The next slide, please, Mike. So I'm on 26 there.
It's 20.
That's
That's
just
26.
Trip back one. Sorry,
20,
I've missed something out there. Just trip back one. Sorry.
26.
Yeah, 26. Yeah, a good example is Charles Henry Gordon Lennox, 7th Duke of Richmond, and he's also the 2nd Duke of Gordon, the father of Helen Percy, Elizabeth Percy's mother. The Charles line has a green line running through it there, and in keeping with the Masonic links, Charles Henry Gordon Lennox, 7th Duke of Richmond, 2nd Duke of Gordon, was the Grand Master of the Sussex branch of the Freemasons from 1902.
Okay.
So this line is that isn't just I was a Mason. The Grand Master of the Sussex branch is, I would have envisaged with my limited Masonic knowledge, is pretty high up.
Sussex is a county, it's not a town, is it?
And what's also interesting is we have Alan Ian Percy and Lady Helen Magdalen Percy.
That's right. Yeah.
That would be Elizabeth's mother and father, right?
Yes.
So Billy has the song Helen Wheels.
Right. Who's writing this script? Someone is.
Like I said earlier, we talked about how, the planning and the strategy to place people in certain positions at certain times and places it's really extraordinary. And again, if you're watching this and you think it's a coincidence, I just click the off button, go find something else to do.
Yeah.
Because this is not coincidence.
No. In that image there, that's a line back from the Percy family, back from the Ashers actually. Jane Asher, she's related. You can see there the line from Jane Asher through the Elliots all the way down to Sir Henry de Percy. That's one of the sort of gene lines that I put together, showing that they are actually directly related. And then the next one shows Elizabeth's royal connections. And I'm not going to read them all out because she's related to all them royal family members there.
Elizabeth
all the way down.
All the way down.
Elizabeth is all the way down to King Fulk, King of Jerusalem. Okay. And I'm not even. Is it Charlemagne? Charlemagne. I always get grief for it's my Yorkshire English accent, but yeah, there's a lot of royal family members there. And I think I heard you and Mark talking about
We have
on your
we have
podcast.
the Townsends, or is that related to the Townsends, or like Pete?
Pete Townsend might be.
Oops, sorry. I just saw that and I was wondering about that as well.
I've not looked into anybody from there, but Pete Townsend or any of them guys.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
But we came back with the John Lennon. He's related to the Fleetwood family, and there's an area near Blackpool in England that's called Fleetwood that was named after their barony, their barons. So John Lennon, part of his, did his genealogy before Christmas, and he's related to the ancient kings of Wales. But then we got on to Mick Fleetwood, and Mick Fleetwood his father was the wing commander for NATO. But anyway, we're going down a different road there.
So John Lennon and you're saying that John Lennon and Mick Fleetwood have
could possibly
have
possibly, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Possibly, but anyway. So yeah, next slide. We'll come on to this one. Otherwise, the Sinclair bloodline. Elizabeth Percy also descends from the Sinclair bloodline. I mentioned it earlier. They were the builders of the Roslin Chapel that featured in the film with Tom Hanks in, etc. And the Sinclairs are the ones that descend from King Robert of Scotland and Robert the Bruce and all these other people, famous people. And they were Knights Templar, the Sinclairs. And they were part of the writing of the Scottish Rites of Freemasonry. William Sinclair of Roslin was the first Grand Master Mason of Scotland. And these are direct bloodlines. Trudeau's a direct bloodline of this family, this side as well.
Okay, so the Percys, they're swimming in blue blood.
These people aren't just they own a castle. You know, these people are high up there. I mean, the Sinclairs. He was the first Grand Mason of Scotland. He was elected to the Grand Lodge of Scotland and wrote the Sinclair Charters in 1601, and which documents the statements that were made to the operative Masons of Scotland and has conferred upon the family of the Sinclairs of Roslin. Anyway, it's part of the Scottish Rites. They basically wrote it. So if that is Billy's mother, that would be his ancestry.
It would also explain all of his allegiance and his ties back to Scotland.
Yeah.
Right, the song Mull of Kintyre.
Yeah. Well, we're going to show that. I don't know this. It might be the second one, but in the second, that Jane Asher's royal Scottish lineage ruled over the area of Kintyre.
Oh my God, you cannot make this stuff up.
That freaked me out, I've got to say. It freaks me out. So we'll just go to the next slide there. The Percy Lodge. So, yeah, the next one, slide 30, I think it is, Mike. Yeah, there you go. 1427. Make of that number what you want. So this is the Percy Lodge. It was, again, it's the Percy Lodge. It's their lodge.
Yeah.
The Percy family, they're not just Masons, they have their own lodge. Number 1407. So Lord Percy was the provincial Grand Master of the province of Northumberland, who was initiated into Freemasonry as Lord Warkworth, named after Warkworth Castle. The Percy held other aristocratic titles as well. He was initiated into the Apollo University Lodge number 357 in Oxford on the 12th of February 1866, along with Prince Albert Edward, the future King of England. Secondly, here's some Masonic terminology I got from their actual website. It states that Lord Warkworth was passed on the 9th of March and raised on the 24th of April the same year.
He was what?
Passed. I'm presuming that means there was an initiation.
Okay.
Yeah, that he moved from being whatever, a normal human through to reincarnation as. thirdly, Lord Warkworth became a joining member of the Westminster and Keystone Lodge number 10 in London in 1867, where he served as Worshipful Master. And fourthly, in 1886, Lord Warkworth joined Alnwick Lodge in number 1167 Lodge, that is, where he served as Worshipful Master as well there. Remember, he lived at Alnwick Castle, so Alnwick Lodge would be another one of his lodges.
Okay.
I haven't finished there. Lord Warkworth, this would be, who did I say this was in relation to Elizabeth? I think this was her great-grandfather, is it? Or uncle? Anyway, this is a direct descendant of Elizabeth. Lord Warkworth would be the Grand Master from Provincial Grand Master and the Senior Grand Warden of the United Grand Lodge of England. That is the highest echelon you can actually get to.
Yeah. This is impressive, Dom.
It's scary if you ask me.
It's impressively scary. This is very, very good. It's a lot of work.
What I want to bear in mind is that these people who own this lodge, or lodgers as these they were the ones that Dr. Richard Asher wrote that memorandum for in 1957, the Percy Commission.
Mm.
When you put all this on top of that now, you start seeing who is he working for, or was he working for, and whose path did he cross to end up in his cellar.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, anyway. Are you all right for time, Mike? Or
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. You know what? Let's go. Let's push it to 45 more minutes. 3:30.
Yeah. If we go to the cast of characters, I think that's the next one down there. I've added Jane Asher to that one. You put this together, I think, didn't you?
I put this together based upon Stacy's work, because she had all these different cast members, and I was trying to make sense out of them. So I put this chart together as an immediate circle of family around Billy. So she had deducted that his real name is William Alfred Douglas Hamilton. His father was Douglas Hamilton, and his mother, as we have just discussed, was Elizabeth Ivy Percy, or Elizabeth Ivy Douglas Hamilton, when she married Douglas. And then below that, to the left, would be the Douglas Hamilton mother and or Douglas Hamilton's parents, or Billy's grandparents on his father's side, and then to the right would be his grandparents on his mother's side, on the Percy side.
Yeah, well, Alexander Hamilton, the 10th Duke of Hamilton, became a Knight Garter, and he also held the office of Grand Master Mason of the Freemasons of Scotland as well. Yeah. And for listeners out there, I can back this up. I mean, if you just go to Wikipedia and look this guy up, it tells you on his Wikipedia page he was the Grand Master of Freemasons of Scotland. Yeah.
Hey, Billy, if you're listening to this, do us a favor. Just do a little masterful speaking and let us know if we're on the right track here.
There's a lot of Masons surrounding him. And the next picture, if you just go to the next picture there, I mean, the checkerboard flooring tells you it all, but that's the current Duke, Hamilton. Yeah. That would be a nephew of Billy's, I would have thought. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's the checkerboard floor. That's always a giveaway. Yeah. The next slide, we'll come to the Earls of St. Germain as well, because I mentioned before that it's a right beard that guy's got on it. That these guys also had their own lodges, and so they've got Masonic connections. They're up to the necks in it, and that's Sir John Eliot, that the guy with the fancy beard. That's where they live. That's their coat of arms. I don't think you've got a coat of arms, have you, Mike? I know I haven't. Not that I'm aware of. I actually looked to see if I could find any evidence that Richard Asher was a Mason. I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any evidence, but he was a They're sort of like a medical Masonic lodge. It's called the Association of Medical, University and Legal Lodges,
He
called
had to be.
AMO.
He had
Yeah,
to be, Tom. In order to be where he was positioned, he had to be. He
yeah.
had to be
Certainly,
linked in.
yeah. There was somewhere he had to be linked in. Let's
Yeah.
go to the next one. This will be the one that sort of like the finishing. The Elliot Lodge 1164. That is their lodge. That is Margaret Asher's family's lodge down in
Okay.
Cornwall, and that's from their either Facebook page or website page. Margaret Asher's family were Masons. The Elliot Lodge 1164. There's the numbers again. One had 4 is 5, one had 6 7. The Elliot Masonic Lodge is in St. Germain's
Yeah.
and was consecrated on the 12th of June 1867. And the first worshipful master was Lord Elliot, aka Edward Granville Elliot, 3rd Earl of St. Germain. He was the great grandfather times 3 of Jane Asher.
Yeah. So 1164 is 12, 57 is 12, reduces down to 3. So we keep seeing the 12, 3 numbers crop up.
MC Elliot, aka Montague Charles Elliot, the 8th Earl of St. Germain, a great uncle of Jane Asher's, who was the son of Lord Elliot. He'd be the 3rd great grandfather we just mentioned. He was the most recent worshipful master of the Elliot Lodge, and he was M.R.V. Elliot. I was struggling for the name, but they've shortened the names. That's what they do a lot of the time. They hide the names, so you can't work it out, and it takes you a while to unravel it all. Yeah, so there are quite a few of them that went on to become an old prestigious officers, like the Page of Honour to His Majesty the King George the IV between 1934 and 1940. That's a ceremonial position within the royal household, as well as being the worshipful master of the Elliot Lodge. They were also married into the Cornwallis family. I don't know if you remember the Cornwallis family. You know that Mel Gibson film? What was it called? Where The Patriot. When they were fighting in the Revolution, when they were American Revolution, where they were fighting.
Oh, yeah. I forgot the name of the movie. Yeah.
Is it called The Patriot?
Yeah.
Might be called The And he whistled his dogs, and the dogs came out that guy's fort. Well, that was General Cornwallis. They're actually Margaret Elliot is related directly to that guy who was in that castle, the real General Cornwallis.
Okay.
He would be one of his. The Sir Charles Cornwallis, aka Second Marquess Cornwallis. Yeah, and the Gordon family. So what we're finding now is, if we go to the next one, the Clan Gordon and Dukes of Gordon, these again are part of the Elliot family, and these are up to their necks in Masonic. I mean, if you look at just how that building's designed, I mean, in the right hand corner, is it the left hand corner, looking at it
Right here?
Yeah,
It's like an owl.
Yeah.
Looking at owl's face with the ears at the top.
Yeah.
Yep, it looks like an owl.
Yeah.
Got the ears up here, got the eyes.
Yeah. Some
Well,
work gone into that to make it
That's
like
Gordon
that.
Castle, is that? In Morrisshire in Scotland, who were also Masons. Lady Louisa's brother was the General George Gordon, 5th Duke of Gordon. He was a Freemason and was Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Scotland. The Grand Lodge of Ancient Free and Accepted Masons of Scotland, and it was the governing body of Freemasonry in Scotland. So these are grandparents of Jane Asher, great grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, she has
there's that many lodges. It's
Scottish as well. They're the daddies, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the daddies.
I mean, her bloodline is unbelievable.
It's off the charts.
I don't know what you mean, Mike. This just looks like mine and Dom's photo album, family photo album. She's saving it.
Yeah. Yeah, but all of these. I mean, Clan Gordon. It was obviously an ancient Scottish clan as well. the chiefs of these were also marquesses and dukes and things like that as well. Just go to the next slide there. We'll go to the Cornwallis family. And that's the Cornwallis Lodge. And that's the General Cornwallis who was in the film The Patriot with the red coat on. And that's their lodge in Kent, in England. So how many lodges is that now that they actually have named after them, that it is directly linked to that Elliot family? I think there's about there's definitely 5.
I was going to say 4 or 5. I'm off the top of my head.
In all the research I've done, I've never come across where so many people are surround them who are, have we, Chris, who are Masons.
No, I've never seen that many far.
So the Cornwallis family, he's one of the guys here. Let me find his name. Fiennes Stanley Wykeham Cornwallis, 1st Baron Cornwallis. He was a Conservative politician, great-great-grandson of the 5th Earl Cornwallis. The Stanley Wykeham Masonic Lodge, number 6599, was named for him. So
6599 is a representation of 119.
Right. So he served as Provincial Grand Master of East Kent until his death in 1982.
Yeah.
That's the most recent one. Yeah. So, and it's a family that pass them down. And the next one, if you want to go to the next one there, this one I found interesting. So that shows the actual website of Stanley Wykeham Lodge 6599, just as a bit of proof there that it does exist. He served as the United Grand Lodge of England, which is the governing Masonic lodge of all Freemasons in England and Wales, and the Commonwealth of Nations. So Fiennes Cornwallis was the provisional Grand Master of Kent and the Grand Warden of that, what I've just mentioned there, Oogle or whatever it's called, the United Grand Lodge of England. And these are all... Go on, sorry.
I was just, when you do this work, do you have a program?
Life?
Yeah. I concluded that you do not.
Or a wife.
But how are you tracing this?
Oh man, this one they all start out slightly different. Generally, Chris actually rattles my cage sometimes with some of the stuff. He's the sort of instigator that sort of throws a tidbit out, and I end up taking it.
It's like throwing a bone to a dog.
Yeah. And he calls me the Rain Man, Raymond Babbitt, Charlie Babbitt, the type of thing. But you never know how it's going to turn out, to be honest with you. What you tend to do is, like this one, I'll have you pull a thread away and see if there's anything there. This started out with Jane Asher's genealogy. And once you find her genealogy, then you can look at the individuals that are directly... I don't like looking at cousins that much. I like the direct line back to grandparents. Because, cousins are great, and you can start going into that afterwards. So these are direct lines to grandparents that are related to all these people. So then that leads you to this research, doesn't it? And, yeah. Mark asked me, how do you do that? And I don't know.
Oh,
I think information.
I'm sorry, Dom, we lost your audio there for a second. Would you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. And collating all this information together. But there's a hell of a lot of information.
Yeah, it's impressive.
The only person that's I've found who does a similar sort of work is Matt Sergio of the Occult Beatles. Me and him bore Chris to death, I think, with emails.
I should have Matt on the show. I was so knee deep in my own stuff that there's so many people I didn't speak to because of how buried I was with my own research.
Yeah, but now you've come up for air.
Yes, I have. Yeah, doing some hosting versus being the guest and running my mouth. So yeah.
And life takes over, doesn't it? You're a grandparent. I'm a grandparent. It takes over sometimes.
Yes.
Other things become more important. We have to get there, but
you reprioritize.
Yeah. What's that story my son tells of my grandson, Chris?
Oh yeah, he's got a little grandkid, and his Dom's son said to me, he had his grandchild there, and he got his phone out, and he thought I was going to take a little photograph of his grandkid, and he aimed it up at Sky and went, "Look at them chemtrails up there."
It's relentless, man.
And I also know his wife's happy that he's in his basement doing his research.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. Let's go to the next slide. So this is that Grand Lodge of Oogle, just as I call it Oogle, but the Grand Lodge of England, which is that last guy, the Cornwallis guy. He was he headed that up. He was the deputy Grand Master, I think he was. Anyway, I've lost track myself.
Look at that weird coat of arms. I mean, I would say, judging by the hooves, that they're not actually angels.
You got the Ark of the Covenant above it too, right?
Yeah.
The Ark of the Covenant.
Got the sun there. You've got all sorts going on in that one.
I mean, you could do a full show just on this.
Coats of arms,
yeah. Not just on the the lodges that you sort of find. You could do shows just on that alone. But yeah, let's nip to the first. This is another one who was related to the Ashes, the Earls of Enniskillen, which is Irish. Which is going to bring us all the way back to the Beatles and via the Masons and the Earls of Saint-Germain. Peregrine was the 10th Earl and was the grandson of Montague Charles Eliot, 8th Earl of Saint-Germain, aka the Honourable M.C. Eliot, Worshipful Master of the Grand Eliot Lodge. Peregrine's mother was Ellen Mary Villiers, daughter of Lieutenant Charles Walter Villiers and Lady Catherine Mary Cole. Lady Catherine Mary Cole was the daughter of Laurie Egerton Cole, the 4th Earl of Enniskillen. His father was the 3rd Earl of Enniskillen and served as the first Imperial Grand Master of the Orange Order from 1866 until his death, and he was also the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Ireland from 1846.
See, this just shows the level of influence and power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The depth of
it. Yes. Yep.
We're nearing the end now.
Okay.
So, the next slide, please. So the Villiers family, who I mentioned there, Lady Catherine Cole, Peregrine's grandfather, right name that, isn't it? Walter Villiers. The Villiers are descended from Thomas Villiers, the 1st Earl of Clarendon. William Villiers, the 2nd Earl of the island of Jersey, and Theophilus Howard, the 2nd Earl of Suffolk. These are directly married into the Plantagenets, Edward IV, actually, Plantagenet. The Villiers family were members of the ancient order of Druids. It is the oldest neo-Druid order in the world. Winston Churchill was also a member at the same time. It's well known that Churchill was also a Mason, initiated into the Studholme Lodge number 1591 in 1901, and became a Master Mason in 1902. Churchill's father was also a Mason, I'll just add to that. Victor Child Villiers, who I just mentioned the Villiers name there, the 7th Earl of Jersey, was initiated into the craft on the 25th of October in the Apollo University Lodge number 357 at the age of 20. God knows what went on. I dread to think what went on there to be initiated at the age of 20. Yeah, and he was passed on into the Churchill Lodge number 458 in February 1866. Again, there's so many of these ties into this. Again, you asked me how I found out. This stuff just appeared. It appeared in It's like it were waiting to be found, Mike.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like a synchronicity. It's for people who don't do research, it's probably hard to understand. But when you do the research, it's amazing how information just comes your way
And slaps you around the face.
Yep. Yeah.
But this is where it comes back round now. So we're going to come back round.
Okay.
These guys were this Villiers family. They were also appointed the Provisional Grand Master of Oxfordshire. He was Governor of New South Wales. He became the member of the Lodge Iconic number 65 on the 11th of June 1891. He was installed as the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of New South Wales. So this is an Australian links as well. But the next one, the next slide. This is Peregrine Nicholas Elliot, 10th Earl of Saint-Germain. On the death of his father in 1988, Peregrine succeeded him as a 10th Earl. In 1963, around the time Jane and Paul started their relationship and Dr. Asher was doing his disappearing acts for the first time, the future Earl of Saint-Germain and cousin of Jane, so this is Jane's cousin, bear in mind, Peregrine became a partner in the company Celtabe, which is Beatles the other way around.
Right.
The company established to oversee distribution of the Beatles merchandise, set up by Nicky Byrne to exclusively look after merchandising interests on behalf of Brian Epstein, who managed NEMS Enterprises. So what are the odds that Jane Asher's cousin would be one of the people looking after the merchandising of the Beatles? So we've got a mother teaching George Martin, who then produces Paul McCartney, and now her cousin is tying up the Beatles merchandising. There were a lot of arguments about the merchandising, weren't there? Because they got a really poor deal, did the Beatles, by the sound of things.
I was going to say, from what my research, Brian Epstein was stuffing his pockets.
Mm. Yeah. Which is probably why he disappeared quickly.
So
That's
this
insane. That is fine. That is insane, isn't it?
And and spelling the Beatles backwards is a nod to Crowley's law of reversal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so these are just some of the aristocratic bloodlines as well. I've watered it down a little bit, yeah, I find it when it comes back round, and all of a sudden you've got her cousin looking after the Beatles merchandising. I mean, that's a proper. If people think this is a coincidence, I mean, it just can't be.
It's almost like the Ashers were totally involved in the manufacturing of the Beatles.
Yeah, good point, Chris. Yeah,
It's so indicative of how the control system works, though.
Mm.
It's all tightly knit.
Yeah,
it's
what is the time frame with the 1963 there, Mike, with Beatles?
63 was
what would they been up to
that's
there?
when 63 their first album, UK release, Please Please Me, was released on March 22nd of 63. So that's 322.
Right. So that's really early on in their career that he's setting in the merchandising.
That's early on. And what's interesting is it's early on, and they haven't hit the United States yet. So they hit the States on February 7th of 1964. So that's really when Beatlemania really began, in February of 64, when the Beatles came to America to conquer America. That was the tagline. So in 1963, they were really just a UK entity at this point.
But someone thought it was a good idea to make a merchandising company.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be prepared, right, Chris?
Yeah.
I
mean, so... bit of Crowleyism in there.
I mean, that's more or less that was founded more or less at the outset of the Beatles, wasn't it?
Yeah,
when you think about it, the Beatles were signed by EMI in June of 1962. So that's only 6 months later. It's 1963.
That's kind of something that goes on now with the merchandising thing, but that must have been brand new at that point.
Yeah, this is like when we had the March 2020 event with masks, and all of a sudden masks were were everywhere. Like a week later, mass produced.
Yeah, just an accident. Yeah,
just an accident. I mean, it was just happened to make masks.
Yeah, someone just had a container full of masks.
Yeah. This is very, very good.
If you just nip to the last slide, there's a picture there of what I'm sort of trying to write now. So I found an aristocratic link to George Orwell that they share the same great grandfather. Does the Elliot family? Well, Jane and Peter Asher. Yeah, that's King Edward the Third, the one above Orwell. I think that's Edward IV, the next one. And that map there, she's related to. You'll see just above that little pink box, Kintyre in a yellow. Ancient Scottish. Well, they're really Viking, but the Scottish ancestry. They ruled that area in yellow and pink.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Kingdom of the Isles.
Yeah. And the family links back to Frankfurt, Germany.
Yeah, Dr. Richard Asher's
Yeah.
links back to
Yeah.
Frankfurt, Germany.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I'm working on next.
Okay, so when will you have that done? Like next week?
Yeah. Well, most of the information's done. It's just more putting it together. As you know, it takes
That's
a while,
okay.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, whenever you're ready, Dom and Chris, just come back. This is fascinating.
But a lot of the work that Matt's done, Matt Sergiu, sort of ties into this as well. A bit like what some of Stacey's work did with this. Some of Matt's work ties into mine. Like Dr. Asher, he's done a lot of work on the other side of that with the links to Dr. Sargent, who linked to Ewan Cameron and all these people, which ties in then the UK arm of the MK Ultra program. And in a way, you'd say the Beatles were kind of like performing Manchurian candidates.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly. Yeah.
Well, I've always, for a long time, I put forth the theory or the hypothesis that they were in mind control programs. I mean, just the pictures of them with bird cages on their heads that we could find on the internet is pretty good hint that they were in programs. Well, guys, I really appreciate the presentation and the discussion. It's really phenomenal.
Thanks for having us on, Mike.
Thanks.
It's been great.
Yeah, and
real privilege.
And when you're ready, Dom and Chris, for part 2, just let me know. Hey, everybody. I'm back with Dom and Chris. And as promised, we have Jane Asher, part 2. And the part 1 is up on my channel. It's up on Dom and Chris's channel as well. And there's a lot of information that these guys have dug into. And I'm going to sit back like everybody else who's watching and take a listen and ask a couple of questions here and there. But Dom and Chris, I'll hand it over to you and take it away.
All right, then. There is a lot of information. And even this is just the sort of tip of the iceberg, it seems, that we've been talking. I mean, we've probably just had a 20-minute chat pre-recording about things that we're not even going to mention in here. And that could be a 2-hour podcast on its own. And you asked me a question at the beginning of the first podcast. Why Jane Asher?
Yeah.
It was an interesting question, that. And Chris mentioned something right at the end of part 1 that I picked up on. And he said that it seemed to him that the Asher-Elliott bloodline looked like they were given a pivotal role in the control of the Beatles from the start. And I think that's what hooked me in, to be fair. Chris sort of hit the nail on the head.
I usually do.
Or hit me on the head.
No, to be fair, Mike.
It's interesting because Jane Asher is presented to us as just this pretty redheaded girl, and she dated Paul McCartney, and that's it. And they have that kind of that veneer, and very few people, in fact, I didn't do it either, decided to, well, let's take a look and see if there's anything behind that veneer. And that's what you guys did.
Yeah. It is. I mean, Jane is probably the focal point. I reckon they've put her there to keep you away from everything else that went on. That's what it seems to me. Put the pretty girl at the front. She's the focal point, and it sort of attracts the attention of anybody else that might want to look into it. But she's obviously not the only one. There's obviously Dr. Richard and Margaret and Peter Asher as well, who also play huge parts behind the scenes and probably still do, Peter especially, up to more or less the present day. I mean, we're going to see he became president of Sony when the purchase of the Beatles material from Michael Jackson was happening. That doesn't seem like some sort of accident, that.
No, it doesn't seem like an accident at all.
Given what we did in the first sort of part 1, and how it sort of segued into a lot of your work as well.
It would say to me that Peter is connected, and I guess we're going to go through that, right?
Yes, right, yeah. So as with all these things, the initial idea, starting off, let's have a look at Jane Asher's Bloodlines, kicked into a whole heap of other things as well. That there's a lot more moving parts that link this family back. and yeah, and they flew under the radar for quite a long time as well. That's what I think, which smells even more of an operation because of that. I also want to say that a few people mentioned. I mentioned Annie Lennox in there, part of the bloodline of the Lennox dukedoms, and someone said, "I knew she was a wrong 'un." I ain't saying all these people are bad people. By the way, I think some of these people have lived traumatic lives, lives that we wouldn't want to live anyway. And they're not necessarily all bad people. They're controlled of these people to do things that they wouldn't probably want to do if they had control of their own lives.
I agree. I get that a lot too. People like to generalize and say all of these people are bad people and they're up to no good. But the truth of the matter is, yes, there are people that are up to no good, but many of these people were born and bred into the system, and this is the only life that they know. And so they operate within this circle, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad people. They're just, they're in that circle, and there are certain rules and expectations that they have to meet, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, I guess. But so, yeah, it's to generalize and say everybody is bad or everybody's up to no good or everybody's evil is not fair.
And go on, sorry, Chris.
I'm going to say it seems that they have there's a system, from what me and Dov looked into, they have a system that we don't understand really fully, of how they operate. Like you said, if they're born into it from a child, they've got no choice, have they? And if they're put through trauma, it's not nice, is it? It's like I think I started off with the same mentality that they're all in it together, they're all nasty, evil devil words, but it didn't seem that way. Some of them seem quite tortured, don't they?
Well, a good example would be in memoirs. Billy talks about his earliest memory of being in a trauma-based mind control program was when he was 3 years old.
Yeah.
So if you're entering into these programs at 3 years old, you don't have a lot of control over your life. In fact, you have no control over your life. And so they become a product of this handling, this grooming, this training. And they don't know any better. So, and I'm not making excuses for them, but people have to take a step back and they have to think in those terms. It's like somebody who is raised in a household that's very dysfunctional. Maybe it's where the father is abusive to the mother and to the kids. That's the environment that they are acclimated to. So they assimilate that in. And even though they may be scared and know that certain things are wrong, there are certain attributes of that environment, having been exposed to it for a long time, that then become part of who you are. So that's how I look at it. And again, like with Billy entering into a mind control program or being put in one at the age of 3 years old, that wasn't his choice at 3 years old. My grandson is going to be 3 in August. He would have absolutely no idea of what was going on if he was put into a program like that and the whole process began. He would have no clue.
And how your grandson's going to be brought up, and how, say, people who we're talking about were brought up, is the flip of a coin like that. That is a totally different life. It's so far away that we can't even imagine what that type of
quite chilling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, before we got started, folks, Dom and I were talking about, he's going to show the clip of Dominic Cummings' father-in-law. And I'm not going to give the story away here, but or preempt the video. But what you're going to hear is exactly how these elites think. And it's a very, very impactful video. And I suggest that everybody listen to it. And when Dominic or Chris play it a couple of times and take it in and listen to the dialogue and listen to how he's explaining how this works, how these bloodlines and these families are connected, and why that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah. In fact, why don't we play that one now?
Sure.
Because I think now you've mentioned it'd be a good one to play. And I've got one of Sir Julian Huxley to play a few moments after that as well, just to get us in the mood of how they pick out these people from different walks of life who would match up with the bloodlines. It's very interesting to see their language, or hear their language, While, yeah, I mean, it is a little bit freaky as well, because you're actually seeing it live.
The quality is everything, but in general, to be elitist, I think the quality climbs up the tree of life, and therefore, in general, high things in the tree of life have quality, have skills, and they get wonderful degrees at university, and if they marry each other, that gets them better again.
So you wouldn't have minded if one of your children had met someone from a lower socio-economic group who was intelligent and talented and...
Intelligence and talent is lovely, but I want parents and grandparents who've had hands-on success, running their battles well and proving they're wonderful, because one is the subject of one's genes, and I think I like the idea of them being successful genes and winning through to successful puppies.
Some things haven't been in genes though, have they? Like, there's been some outstanding people and geniuses who've been like first generation.
No, they aren't. Very few first generation geniuses.
Very few, but there's still few.
Like which?
Would they have been allowed?
That's what I mean.
Of course there are.
You're saying very few.
Normally,
still
think
a few.
of Bertrand Russell, for instance. Okay, ancient family, Dukes of Bedford, Wittgenstein, ancient family.
I'm surprised those ladies in that room coming from the north of England didn't actually give him a clip round the ear. That was Sir Humphrey Tyrrell Wakefield, for second baronet, explaining how they choose bloodlines, very crudely as well.
Yeah, he was very unabashedly explaining how it works. And he doesn't care if somebody is a bright young person and maybe they don't have a lineage that backs them up. They're not, what he's basically saying is they're not going to be given a shot. He doesn't care about that. He cares about keeping the system, keeping the bloodlines and the family connections in place. And that's what I got from it. And he talked about the tree of life, which to me goes back to the Kabbalah. That's just me. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. And he kept talking about successful genes. So that's eugenics.
Yes. Yeah. It is eugenics. And he was, what I noticed with a lot of these people are that they've got fantastic debating skills. So no matter what question he was asked, he's got debating skills. We haven't got those debating skills because they're going to debating rooms in these in Eton and places like that, and we can't debate with them because they just cut us off and make us look like fools.
Right. It's like when the guy asked him about the first generation genius, and he said to him, "Well, like who?" Well, he knows that he's not going to have somebody's name off the top of his head. So that's how he was able to box him in. But clearly, rationally and logically, there are people who are first generation, quote, geniuses. But that's how they circumvent the argument, by throwing it back at the person who asked the question and asking them, well, tell me who this genius is.
Yeah.
So, like you said, Dom, they're very, very good at debating and deflecting.
Yes, yeah, and that is a skill in itself. It's like the legal system. They're like trained lawyers, aren't they?
Yes. I
had that. I was going to play that. I didn't know where I was going to play that because it was a last-minute insertion. However, what I was going to play is a video by Sir Julian Huxley going back to 1937, and Julian Huxley at the time was president of the British Eugenics Society, now called the Adelphi Genetics Forum, and this is how they pick their bloodlines, their agent Smiths, to carry out their bidding. And what he's talking about here are actors, not necessarily like pop stars, but actors of the day, the famous people, but people who build the sets for film and things like that as well. So this is a very interesting one. I generally play this at the beginning of a presentation. It's about 3 minutes long, so it's quite a long one, but it does sum up how they choose generationally bloodlines.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer, so far as this is known. Eugenics seeks to apply the known laws of heredity so as to prevent the degeneration of the race and improve its inborn qualities.
Here is a man who, although normal, comes from a mentally defective family. Here is his wife, who is also normal. They had 17 children. Let us examine the pedigree of these children. 5 of them died in infancy. 3 are still too young for an opinion to be formed of their mental state, a boy and 2 girls. Only 2 of the remaining children are normal, a man and a girl. The remaining 7 children are all mental defectives, marked on the pedigree in black. Of these, 2 live at home, a man and a crippled dwarf girl. There is 1 man in an institution and a woman with the mentality of a child. The other 3 are all girls and are all in an institution. How has this disastrous state of affairs come about? If we examine the pedigree of this family, we find that although the father and mother of the youngest generation are both normal, the father's brother was insane. Their mother was normal, but the father, the grandfather of the youngest generation, was defective, and his 2 brothers insane. Another famous family is that of the Terrys. All the individuals drawn in light colour on this pedigree possess exceptional talents for the stage, music, and art. Dame Ellen Terry, the great actress, was one of the most outstanding members of this family. Here is her portrait as Lady Macbeth, which is now in the Tate Gallery. Beside it stands her daughter, Edith Craig, who is an actress and an expert in historical stage costume, and well known as a producer of stage plays and pageants. Her brother, Gordon Craig, is recognized both in England and abroad as a genius who has been a notable pioneer in modern stage design and lighting. His son, Edward Carrick, is a stage designer and artist. Now let us see some of the other well-known members of this family. Ellen Terry's brother, Fred Terry, the famous actor, married Julia Nielsen, an actress and singer. Their daughter, Phyllis Nielsen Terry, is a distinguished actress with a beautiful singing voice. Her brother, the late Dennis Nielsen Terry, had a distinguished career in the theatre, and his daughter, Hazel, is now at the beginning of her career on the films. Ellen Terry's elder sister, Kate, was, before her marriage, an even more distinguished actress than Dame Ellen Terry. One of her daughters is Mabel Terry Lewis, the actress, and another daughter, Kate, married Frank Gilgood, a fine amateur pianist. Of their children, Val is dramatic producer at the BBC, and John is perhaps our leading romantic actor. And so, if we want to maintain the race at a high level, physically and mentally, everybody sound in body and mind should marry and have enough children to perpetuate their stock and carry on the race.
So Julian Huxley, what they're basically doing there is mapping out basically the famous actors of their day in the 1930s. So it is interesting going back in time and seeing in 1937 they were mapping out who was acting and all their siblings, if you like, and husbands and their families, and it's very interesting, I find. But then again, I'm boring, I suppose.
Well, no, he was laying out how they go about this. That's what he was doing. And but also what he was doing was he had this example of this one family that had, that had issues.
Yes.
Right? They had some problems with their children. And he was essentially using that and portraying that as that part of humanity outside of their inner circle, outside the pyramid.
Yes.
So he was painting everybody that way that wasn't part of his inner circle, right? And then he goes on to point out, this particular family had this great singer, this great actress, and so on. But he never talks about the fact that there had to be people within these elitist families where there were mental health issues, or somebody was disabled.
More so than most people, because Sir Julian Huxley and his brother, I think it was called Trevelyan, were in the same asylum in the early 1910s. They both had mental health issues. And I think Aldous did. Certainly his father did, and his grandfather. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's the way he put that whole argument together. The average person would probably look at that and say, "Oh, well, okay," but a little bit of scrutiny, and you can actually unravel that entire argument. Because if I was sitting there, I would say, so excuse me, are you saying that there's nobody in elitist families that has a mental health issue or has some other physical challenge? No? Are you saying no? Of course, you can't say no. He could say, well, name one.
Yeah.
Like Dominic Cummings' father-in-law, but
Exactly, yeah.
you know what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to find that because they're all inbred. So they're going to have problems. And not only are they all inbred, but they go out the way to be inbreed. And I know we're sort of getting off track there from the Ashers, but bear in mind that Jane Asher follows the same bloodline back to King Edward III as the Huxley family.
Okay.
So there is an intrinsic link to those people, and she became an actress as well. And so did a brother, Peter Asher, and a sister. So, and there is a video, I didn't bother putting that in. I've put the audio version in, but Jane Asher was interviewed, and she can't remember, and we'll come to that, how she became an actress, which is rather interesting considering Paul McCartney, or whoever it was, couldn't remember writing Yesterday from the same household. Yeah. But Sir Julian Huxley also founded UNESCO and the World Wildlife Fund Foundation, or whatever it is, with Sir Prince Philip. So, yeah.
So, but the thing is, Dom, he was explaining how the process works.
Yes.
In my mind, he was saying, well, you're great singers, you're actors and actresses and whoever, they come from this tree over here, these types of family trees, not that one over there.
Yeah, not that one. No, not that one. Yeah, it is interesting. That's what starts me off, things like that. I find it very interesting. But anyway, we'll move on from that part because otherwise it'll keep us on. It'll keep us all day. You sent me this over because last time we were speaking about the Hamilton family, and the Hamiltons, obviously the bloodline that the lady on your show,
Stacey,
went back to, and these stories were out there years at the time when he actually was said to have died, weren't they? You're not making it up.
No, in fact, Paula's dead clues go back to 1966. I've got a couple of clips where it's talked about in some newspapers. They're very difficult to find, but I have a couple of them on my hard drive. This particular article was sent to me by a listener. And Stacey's work, in fact, I did part one, a follow-up to Stacey's first presentation yesterday.
Brilliant.
With Stacey. Yeah, we were on for 2.5 hours, and she's going to come back next Monday. We'll finish up. And she's got some very interesting information as well. I did tell her about your work, Dom and Chris, about the Ashers being related to Billy, and I guess we'll get to that in a moment. And she was pretty ecstatic about that. But this article was intriguing because, and you can see that, folks, that Dom has it highlighted. They're talking about the clues of Paul McCartney's death. And in that second paragraph, the replacement is one of two persons, either a William Campbell or a mysterious man named Hamilton. And in Stacey's work, she brought Billy's lineage back to the Douglas Hamiltons on his father's side and the Percys on his mother's side. And I think you're going to tell us about the Ashers and the Percys, right, Tom? I don't want to steal your thunder.
Well, no, we went into that last time. It was just that in between that, you sent me this document. Last time we mentioned that she was related directly to the Percy family.
Okay.
Via, I think it was the Earls of Northumberland or something like that.
Right.
Anyway.
Oh, and the Percy bloodline, there are Campbells.
Yes.
So this article was very, very interesting because this is the first one I've ever seen where it talks about the last name Hamilton. And I sent this to Stacey as well, and she loved it. But the clues are out there. That's the point. But back in the day when somebody read this, nobody knew Hamilton. Well,
No.
It didn't mean anything to anybody. First of all, it didn't mean anything to most people because they didn't believe that Paul McCartney was replaced. That's number one. And even if you thought that and you were kind of looking into it, the name Hamilton probably didn't mean anything.
I found another picture, an interesting picture here, lookalikes. We mentioned the one bit with the Beatles haircut on the left-hand side, if you're looking at that. And this other one here on the right-hand side looks even more like him. And this was part of the Sinclair family, who we were talking about last time. And but he's certainly got a look of a Paul, one of the Pauls anyway.
Yeah, the nose.
Yeah.
And the eyelids, yeah, the eyelids as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I think that's John DeVere. Anyway, Bertrand Russell, interesting character. We'll move on. So Bertrand Russell, in this research, the Elliot family are also related to, they're actually cousins. Margaret Asher was a cousin of Bertrand Russell.
What a shock.
Yes, so Bertrand and Margaret are direct cousins. They share a common ancestor in Henry Augustus Dillon-Lee, a.k.a. the 13th Viscount Dillon of Costello Gallin. He was Russell's great-grandfather and Margaret's great-great-grandfather. So Paul McCartney, apparently, whether he went and knocked on Bertrand Russell's door, or Bertrand Russell was known to be a family friend of the Ashers, came to 57 Wimpole Street, and he was the one that introduced McCartney, whichever one it is, to the Vietnam War, who then introduced it to John Lennon and Yoko Ono, and the rest is history, so they say. But Bertrand Russell, as we know, he wasn't just the part of the Dukes of Bedford, as that Sir Humphrey Wakefield said. They were also the Dukes of Tavistock.
Is that right?
That's right, yes. And there's what the Tavistock word, the area comes up quite a lot in this presentation, quite by, I call it accident, but it's not really accident. And also, so does Woodstock, believe it or not. Which, yeah. And also, Bertrand Russell's son died at the Central Middlesex Hospital where Dr. Asher worked. Now, it was after Dr. Asher. You're talking in the 80s, I think it was, that he died. But it was at the same hospital that Asher did all his research. But anyway.
Well, the whole story, I'm reading the first paragraph there. It says, on June 18th, 1966, Paul McCartney celebrated his 24th birthday. On this day, he visited philosopher Bertrand Russell at his London home, along with his partner Jane Asher. He visited again on June 20th. So this is, you just don't knock on Bertrand Russell's door.
No.
He was like an elite.
Yes.
And so there has to be some connection between Paul McCartney and Bertrand Russell for him to go, like I was saying before, how do you get past the iron gates and the moat, right?
That's correct. Yeah. And the crocodiles, yeah.
Yeah. So the connection back to the Ashers makes perfect sense. That's how it happened. If indeed this happened.
Yeah.
And it's not just another story.
But the facts are that all these people coming together that are all related, like Chris said at the beginning, we talked about at the beginning, seem to be to put in place this control of the Beatles, who probably more so than a cultural revolution type, setting off a cultural revolution, they were probably the first band to be weaponized.
When you say weaponized, what do you mean?
Well, to change MK Ultra type weaponized to, as in they were controlled mentally, and
personally, okay.
Their music was weaponized to control other people, as we're going to come on to in a little while with Dr. Sargent's work.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to. So the Russell family, just to finish off the Bertrand Russell, the Russell family are mentioned in Fritz Springmeier's Bloodlines of the Illuminati. There's an American side of the Russell family, just like there's an American side of the Elliot family, if you remember from last time. And they control. Well, not control. They're a big part of the political scene in America.
The
So,
Russell family.
the Russell family, yeah. I haven't brought any of that sort of information into here, but there's quite a big family in the Russell. Yeah, I think they were part of like might be the Kennedy administration, one of them anyway. Tara Brown, you'll have heard of Tara Brown, obviously, Mike. The famous song "A Day in Their Life," and again, I'm not a Beatles fan, so the song, it's not that it means nothing to me. I've heard the song, but it's like it's not, I haven't got the same connection that you'd have with the song.
Well, people conflate Tara Brown and his car crash with Paul McCartney and his alleged car crash, which I don't believe Paul McCartney died in a car crash, but that's my personal opinion. So he was very much tied into the Beatles mythos, Tara Brown was. And a line in the song "A Day in a Life," John sings, he blew his mind out in a car.
Right.
He didn't notice that the lights had changed. So he's an interesting character. To be honest with you, I haven't spent a lot of time looking into him. I knew of the stories around him and the Beatles and Paul McCartney and the whole Paul is dead thing, but it just didn't resonate with me, so I didn't dig deep into Tara Brown.
Well, it might surprise you, Mike, but he was the younger son of the 4th Baron Oranmore and Brown. So he's I know you know he is, but he's I was being sarcastic then. He was also known as Lord Oranmore. So he's part of the Guinness family, obviously, as well, as you know. But his mother was part of. Her mother was called Marie Clothild Russell. So it's part of the Russell family as well.
Okay.
Right.
No, I'm sure. I mean, I was sure that he had family connections, bloodlines, and all that stuff. My point, what I was saying was, I viewed him as almost like a distraction in the story. That's how I kind of viewed it. I could be wrong, but that's how I looked at it.
Well, the odds of him being a cousin of Jane Asher's would be pretty low on the radar, and he is actually a cousin of Jane Asher as well.
Yeah.
Or a cousin of the Elliot family anyway. And they shared a common ancestor. That's their sort of charts together. So Tara Brown and Jane Asher, who I would have thought would be similar sort of. No, he would be a bit older than her. But they shared these two, John William Ponsonby, the 4th Earl of Bessborough, and Lady Marie Fane, and John Fane, the 10th Earl of Westmoreland, as well. So the great grandparents, they share, and there's some other ones as well. And as you can see, there are the Cumberland and Westmoreland Freemasons, and I would say that is like the Elliot Lodge and of what we were talking about before. They actually have their own Freemasonry as well, and a lot of them. William Ponsonby, the 2nd Earl of Bessborough, was the 2nd Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Ireland in 1731.
And what makes this interesting is there are people out there that are listening to this right now, I know, that are going to say, well, we could take everybody back to common ancestry. We can take them back to the primordial soup, right? And that's if you believe that's how evolution took place. I personally do not, but be that as it may. The point being here is that they have common ancestry, and they, as time went on, generations went on, they were also both connected into the Beatles. So then we have to ask ourselves, what is the probability of that happening? That's just a question I'm throwing out there.
Yeah.
So from my perspective, my thinking is that it's because it's all in the family and it's very tightly knit, and it's kept so that they do take on roles in future generations towards some objective or some goal, some agenda. Yeah. And certain people in those bloodlines are picked to play those parts. So so I just want to throw that in there, because when I did the interview with Mark in particular, I had the people coming on and saying, oh, everybody goes back to a common ancestry and all this stuff. And they were completely missing the point.
Yes.
completely missing the point. And so, but I'm not going to get into.
It's a very similar point, that though, Mike. It's good you mentioned that. It's a very similar point to Dave McGowan's work when he mentioned about the military. Everyone said, "Oh, at that time, everyone was in the military," but they weren't all career military. Being involved in World War II because you were a conscript is a different, or Vietnam is different to being a career military colonel or general or
an
admiral. Intelligence asset. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if your father was a corporal or a sergeant in the Marine Corps or the Army, yeah, okay, fine. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a higher echelon in the pyramid. And again, a lot of people just don't grasp, or
they want to argue against the obvious that's right in front of their eyes. And the obvious, because we don't want to feel like we're beneath anybody else psychologically. But it's not that we're beneath anybody else. It's that these people operate, like Chris said at the beginning, on a totally different level.
Right. Even in the United States, we have officers and we have non-commissioned. So if you have the officers club, well, I mean, if you're not an officer, you don't belong to the officers club in the military. And then once you start going up through the ranks, you start hitting colonel, general, 1-star general, 2, 3, 4. That's a whole different world. That's a whole different ball of wax than somebody's father my father was in the Marine Corps. He was a sergeant in the Marine Corps. But my father wasn't tied to any program. He was just I love Dad to death, but he was a
regular guy.
Regular guy in the Marine Corps who happened to achieve the rank of sergeant by the time he got out. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people that are involved in intelligence, in the military intelligence, the colonels, the admirals, the generals, and so on. That, I mean, you don't get to those ranks on a lark.
No.
That's the other thing people have to keep in mind.
I traced Eminem's family tree back to Salem, right?
Yeah.
To a guy called Increase Mathers, interesting name, and he passed the law for the Salem witch trials. Now roll on to Eminem, and I don't know a lot of Eminem's music. He spoke about the trailer park that he lived on as Salem's Lot. Now, either he knows that his great-grandfather passed the law for the Salem witch trials to burn people at the stake, or it's a total coincidence. Well, it's not a coincidence, but some sort of synchronicity that he's calling the trailer park that he lived on Salem's Lot.
Right. It's not a coincidence. See, that's the thing, Dom and Chris, that so many people get caught up in. They think that everything's a coincidence. Now, I'm not saying everything is a conspiracy, but you have to think through this stuff. And once you understand how the world really works, where the world is controlled, it is managed, and it is controlled by elitist bloodlines, and it has been forever, that you can start to delineate between what is a coincidence versus what is a true conspiracy. And people throw the word conspiracy around like, you're a freak if you talk about a conspiracy, but conspiracies exist everywhere. Now, I try to explain to people, if you work in a corporation, a large corporation, and there are executives upstairs who are planning on reducing your pay, reducing your benefits, reducing your bonuses, and looking to take people out of the business, downsizing. In my mind, they're conspiring. They're conspiring because that's not helpful to you. That's not going to benefit you. So this is going on and you don't even know it. So you have this control system above you that's making decisions that's going to affect you directly. But most people, rank and file, sitting in, at a corporate desk somewhere, are not thinking that way. They're not thinking that way. And I mean, I know it's the system worldwide is much larger and a lot more complex than that. But I use that example to try to get people to understand that there are things that you don't know about by people who are above you, who are making decisions that are going to affect your life.
And if you step a little bit further, these people that are managing this system that we live in probably don't run things. They're probably being forced to do something by other entities
Yes.
or whatever, other paradigms or that's controlling the thing that we're living through. But this can be seen because this guy here, for instance, the 4th Earl of Bessborough, was Jane's 3rd great-grandfather and Tara Brown's great-grandfather. And he was the Grand Lodge of Ireland. He was part of the, I forget what position, Senior Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Ireland. So it's been passed down through generations for these people to run these operations or whatever you want to call it. And,
Yes.
This is evidence. And people get mixed up with opinion and evidence, conjecture and reality. This is evidence. We're not making this up that they're related to these people. We can come up with our own theories as to why, but the two then marry up, don't they? That's what I'm trying to say.
They do, and the world is run like one giant corporation.
Yes. Yeah. So we mentioned the Fanes of Westmoreland, the 10th Earl of Westmoreland and Sarah Ann Child were grandfathers of Jane and George Orwell, Jane Asher and George Orwell. So,
okay.
I mean, these things make it England. If you add into the mix Sir Julian and Aldous Huxley share the same bloodline, I'm sure a lot of people share the same bloodline, but they're not running the show, if you like, or managing the show like these people are, that are chosen to write important books or have their books published and pushed out there into the mainstream.
That's right.
They're there for a reason, aren't they?
It goes back to the video you showed where Huxley was showing, well, this is how it works. You have good genes, and the people or the offspring and future generations, they're going to be groomed to be something important. Maybe it could be a politician, it could be an entertainer, it could be a celebrity, it could be a musician, it could be an artist, but it's going to be somebody that is part of the family that to ensure that the agenda stays in place.
And Huxley taught Orwell for a short time at Eton. It does make you wonder, did they actually know that they're actually some distant relative, I'm sure a lot of those at Eton and Oxford and where have you. But yeah, Aldous Huxley taught Orwell. All of these characters, because that's what they seem like, characters. One of their great-grandfathers was a guy called King Fulk V, Fulk, King of Jerusalem. It was buried in the Church of the Holy Church in Jerusalem in a monument cut out of stone and laid to rest there. I think he fell off his horse or something like that. And it dates back to the 4th century. Anyway, this tomb has got a black Maltese cross on it. So this is where it goes back to. But King Fulk V of Jerusalem's bloodline emanates from the House of Anjou, a bloodline that allegedly stemmed from Satan himself via his daughter. So now I know this could be mythology, but there is these people. It doesn't have to be real for these people to believe it either, does it? If that's part of their cult, occult mechanism.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, it's not my big strong point that, but it's more your world that, Mike.
Well, it's their belief system. It's their philosophy. It's their ideology. It's their spirituality. So we have to understand that they have a completely different upbringing and educational system than we have. And if their family blood goes back to certain mythologies, then they embrace those mythologies. Whether something actually happened or not is irrelevant. It's an understanding of who they are from a bloodline and family perspective. So, I mean, that's how I look at it with regard to how they embrace their families.
Well, this satanic bloodline ran Britain for centuries. The Plantagenet bloodline, the House of Anjou. It was Melusine was the daughter of Satan, known as the Demon Countess of Anjou.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the dark side in Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, they could very well believe this stuff too, Dom. I mean, they could actually believe it. It's difficult to tell. It really is. I've always said that mythology has always been presented to the profane as just storytelling, and I have said for the longest time that mythology has so much truth to it, but it's just disguised, if you will, in the mythology or in the story. But if you dig deeper, you'll see there are hidden messages, hidden clues. There are things going on behind the scenes from the perspective of these families that they believe, that they embrace, that is part of who they are. So I don't know if I'm making sense here.
No, yeah,
right. But to the average person, when you talk about like Horus, or you talk about Zeus, or you talk about, just pick a mythological character like Pan as an example. Now we can argue, did Pan really exist? Well, whether Pan existed or not, many of the elites subscribe to the mythology of Pan and subscribe to what Pan represents. Pan represents just doing whatever it is that you want to do. If it feels good, do it. That's why we have the words pandemic, pandemonium. So as an example, Aleister Crowley was in the cult of Pan. Billy is in the cult of Pan. So I guess that's the best way to kind of explain it, is that we have these mythological characters, or these mythological stories, but they are in essence a cult, and that cult is defined in a certain way, like what Pan is all about, or what Dionysus is all about.
And you would say that cult is running whatever's happening in the world today. They've taken control over wherever centuries, because the destruction and how they run the world and it's getting to a point where you can see the collapse of the British Empire. I would call it an empire, or the Western way of life, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Which probably comes back to that ticker tape parade that you talk about with the Beatles. Probably it might be then where it ends. But I'm just going to change tact a little bit and talk about not necessarily Aldous Huxley, but some interesting thing that Aldous Huxley talked about, and then we'll get into Wimpole Street and Dr. William Sargent a little bit more. Aldous Huxley said there will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies, so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but they will rather enjoy it. And some people, I found a website when we were doing Aldous Huxley research, actually said that Aldous Huxley possibly was one of the leading, was one of the leaders of Tavistock. I don't know if you've ever come across that, Mike.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, he was. And Edward Bernays was also tied into Tavistock. Also, Walter Lippmann, I think, was also tied into Tavistock. So, there's people out there that think Tavistock is just, that they're not social engineering, mind control HQ for the world. But I have news for you. You have to dig a little deeper and do some more research. So these people like Aldous Huxley and Edward Bernays, they just don't pop out of nowhere. No. That's the other thing people have to get their heads wrapped around. They just don't appear and start talking or writing books or whatnot, and making public appearances and writing white papers and then people just stop and listen. No, I mean, the reason why they're doing what they're doing is because they have been selected to do that. That's their job.
Yeah.
Even George Orwell, I always looked at George Orwell. A lot of people like to put him up on a podium, but I look at George Orwell and I think to myself, he was responsible for predictive programming.
Yeah.
That's just me. I know there will be people who disagree, but I just thought to myself, well, how did this guy have the insight that he had back then about what was going to come? And that's because they plan decades and decades and decades ahead.
I'm not even sure he existed, Mike, to be honest.
Good point, Chris. Yeah.
There's only 3 photographs and no video footage of him.
Yeah.
and he's booked in every school in England. So you do have to ask questions about that.
Yeah.
I was thinking the other day that maybe the 1984 is so terrible, so we can look at it and think, things aren't that bad. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not a bad point, that. And we did 6 hours presentations on George Orwell, and he was definitely part of the intelligence network. There's no doubt about that. He helped set up, and some of the Huxley family helped set up some of the intelligence network. He was working, his wife was working for the propaganda arm of the British government, his first wife, Eileen O'Shaughnessy. She was a psychologist as well, into child psychology. A lot of these people seem to marry psychologists. Aldous Huxley's second wife was a psychologist as well. Yeah. So I'm gonna. Why I want to play this is because it's a video of him talking about basically remote mind control, insertion of possessions while you're asleep. Because William Sargent was doing the same thing, and it'll link nicely into the Beatles as well.
In your Brave New World Revisited, which was published about 2 years ago, you did claim that much of what you forecast had come true. I mean, for example, the use of drugs and this instance of people having their thoughts directed while they're asleep through music being played or messages being played through their pillows and so on. I mean, in which societies do you think that most of what you forecast has mostly come true? I mean, is it in America, Britain, Russia, China?
Well, it seems to me this is not so much, you can't say that it's a question of national peculiarities or even entirely of political peculiarities. I mean, I think when the technological and applied scientific means are developed, they just tend to be used. I mean, I think one can say that the whole history of recent times in relation to science and technology shows that if you plant the seed of applied science or technology, it proceeds to grow, and it grows according to the laws of its own being. And the laws of its being are not necessarily the same as the laws of our being. I mean, hence this sense which so many people have, and which I think one sees in so many societies, this sense that man is being subjected to his own inventions, that he is now the victim of his own technology and the victim of his own applied science instead of being in control of it.
How could he be in control of it?
Well, this is the problem. I mean, I think that this is perhaps one of the major problems of our time. How do we make use of this thing? I mean, after all, this was stated in the Gospel. Man, the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. And in the same way, technology was made for man and not man for technology. But unfortunately, the development of recent social and scientific history has created a world in which man seems to be made for technology rather than the other way round.
There you go. And the reason I played that, I had to play just the audio there, and I'll just put some images over it because it was the BBC wanted a copyright off it, but the audio they seem to be okay with for some reason. But anyway, there you go. You can't even play the videos now, Mike. You know, they want to lock the videos away.
If you noticed as well, Mike, he speaks. He's got a very similar accent to me and Dom.
Yeah. I think we went to the wrong Eton, Chris. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so the reason I wanted to play that is for this. On the 10th of September in 1957, there's that date again, Dr. Ewan Cameron was in England, and they arranged a meeting, a symposium with Dr. William Sargent, or Dr. William Sargent arranged it, at number 1 Wimpole Street at the Royal Society of Medicine, which is just a few doors down from where Dr. Richard Asher would have been. I find it difficult to believe that he wouldn't have actually been there, because he was in or around. He was helping write the Mental Health Act around that time. We mentioned it last time in part 1. And he was trained at the same hospitals where Dr. Sargent was. He was doing exactly the same work with his respectable hypnosis, etc. In fact, Dr. Sargent, it's noted that Dr. Sargent actually trained Ewan Cameron.
And Ewan Cameron was one evil dude.
That's been polite, Mike, I think. Yeah. It was said that in books that I've read that Sargent was ordered or whatever, recruited to run the British or set up the British arm of MK Ultra, which it, as I guess, was for Tavistock. And he worked as well with Frank Olson, believe it or not. So Frank Olson was seconded over here for a couple of years, and he worked on and off with William Sargent.
Is that the same Frank Olson that was involved in the LSD?
Yes.
And he magically or mysteriously was thrown off the balcony of a building?
Yeah. Well, Sargent is actually linked with Olson's apparent suicide.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah.
I just want to make sure I had the right Frank Olson.
It's definitely the right Frank Olson, yeah.
Okay.
But so this symposium was held a few doors down again. We're talking of Wimpole Street here again, around the same time, and another coincidence. A lot of the characters playing out here, I mentioned last time in the first part, it looks like we're seeing the British arm of MK Ultra. I think we are actually seeing the British arm of MK Ultra.
Yeah, psychiatry was very, very important to these guys. Going back to the turn of the century in the early 1900s, we see it everywhere. You know, at one time, you guys know this, the field of psychiatry was considered to be quackery. And nobody took it seriously. So they had to work very hard in order to get it to a level where it was accepted from a mainstream perspective. But you know, we had Freud was the poster child for Tavistock, and his daughter also. Freud's daughter was involved with Tavistock.
And obviously Bernays was married into the Freud family. Yes,
that's right. That's right. Yeah. And we have John Rawlings Rees from Tavistock. I mean, you have all of these people that are heavily into this psychiatric stuff. And there's a reason for that. And they also were very keen on getting the pharmaceuticals.
I would, as I guess, you've got the Rockefellers mixed into it somewhere as well.
Oh, yeah. Because, well, the Rockefellers are writing checks to Tavistock.
Yeah.
I was having that conversation today, actually. Isn't it funny? No matter how crazy the world gets, and then you end up going to see psychiatrists, and then he convinces you that it's not the world, it's you that's the problem.
Right,
you take this barrel of drugs, you'll be fine.
Right.
You get used to the world, then you'll be all right. The world won't seem quite as crazy.
And that comes straight out of all the MK Ultra operation. Sargent's work has links to not just Olson's death after being given LSD or poisoned with it, but the Jonestown massacre in Guyana, the Kool-Aid night massacre, if you like, and experiments that were performed on human guinea pigs at Porton Down Research Centre, which is very similar to the Fort Detrick and all the other places that were running all the experiments in the US as well. Yeah, but a chap wrote a book this year. Was again Matt Sergiu's. This is Matt's real angle of work, so I'm not going to cover it in Matt's detail. But this lady is a sort of semi-famous actress in the UK, and she was one of Sargent's victims, if you like. She was sent to these two hospitals here and ended up in the hospital for children and women aged 14. She's Celia Imrie, aka Celia Diana Saville Imrie. We'll come on to that in a minute. CBE. Film roles include she was in Bridget Jones as one of the famous films. She's the great-great-granddaughter of Sir John Ralph Blois, 8th Baronet, who is a direct ancestor of Sir George de Vere, which means she's a relative of Jane Asher, a distant cousin of Jane Asher. Celia is also an ancestor of William Russell, Lord Russell, who was the Member of Parliament for Tavistock. And you can't make that. If you wanted to write a script, Mike, you couldn't write this with all this information if you wanted to. So she's related to the Reverend John Lumley Savile, 7th Earl of Scarborough. Now, Jimmy Savile is rumoured. I've often thought round where we live there was a Lord Savile, and Lord Savile owned all the land, a lot of the land in Yorkshire, and this is the family Lumley Savile. And Jimmy Savile used to call his mother the Duchess. And a lot of people think that he was the love child of this family and his mother, obviously. And that's why he called her the Duchess. And that's why he rose up the ranks within society and he had a key to Buckingham Palace, etc.
But Jimmy Savile had to have connections. He would not have achieved what he achieved.
And the bloodline.
And the bloodline, yeah.
Now that, just before I get into this lady here, St. Thomas's Hospital, during 2020 when the British Arm area, the lockdowns began, Boris Johnson was taken to hospital, apparently with the dreaded lurgy, and he came out looking like he'd been electrocuted. His eyes looked like they were popping out of his head. I've got a picture of him. He looks terrified after he was, he would say he got better, some would say he was released out of this hospital. But St. Thomas's was where they had the ward where this lady was being electrocuted. And what William Sargent ran in the 1950s and the early 60s. She was 14 when she was sent there, by the way. They ran a ward called the Sleep Room, and he would put mainly women to sleep for 3 months, electrocute them, and, like Aldous Huxley said, play tape recordings of voices under the bed.
Wow, this was Ewan Cameron did the exact same thing.
Yes. Yeah. And she's living proof of that. She's given articles about being tortured in this torture room. And there's a book that was written called The Sleep Room, which I'd say to anybody to buy and have a read of, and it's a mainstream book as well. This guy's not really into the stuff that we're into. He don't link the two together, if you like. But yeah, he was running MI5, the British arm of the MK Ultra, and he just happens to be on Wimpole Street running a symposium, and at the same hospitals where Dr. Richard Asher was trained.
Yeah, that's a coincidence, Dom.
Yeah.
Just to say, Dom, that actress, I just looked. You'd recognise her when she's older. She's in quite a lot of British films and TV.
British
TV.
TV.
She does look familiar.
Yeah, I've just looked. I just googled a picture of her. Now she's older. She's been in more stuff when she was older than she was when she was younger.
Is it Calendar Girl she was in or something like that?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. She's in all those kind of things. Best Exotic Marigold Hotel. She seems to have done more stuff when she was older than younger, to be fair.
Yeah, well, the story is that she was a budding ballet dancer, so good that she went to the Royal School of Ballet, but they told her she was going to be too big.
Right.
So she became anorexic, and her parents, coming from an aristocratic bloodline, chucked her into one of these hospitals, these psychiatric wards.
Right.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Under this guy.
I mean, he didn't look sinister, did he?
Not in the slightest, no.
You know, just to explain to the audience a little bit, I'll pick on you and Cameron because I actually looked into him years ago, and he had this process called pattern repattern, and it was essentially just to completely rewire somebody's brain. It was a mind control program, and it involved sensory deprivation, electric shock treatment, drugs, hypnosis, emotional, physical, and mental trauma. So this stuff is very, very serious. And I'm only reason why I'm bringing it up is because I'm not sure a lot of people really understand when we talk about these mind control programs, and I'm not even doing it justice by just explaining the way I am. These programs are evil.
Yeah.
They're evil. And in fact, you and Cameron, things finally caught up to the Canadian government because that's where he operated. He operated out of Canada, and he was given all kinds of titles and stuff like that for his work in psychiatry. But I guess I don't know how many years it goes back. I don't know, maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago. I don't know. I don't remember. But the Canadian government settled with people who were subjected to his work.
You would say it was well the Canadians, but it could possibly part of Operation Paperclip. It seemed to have happened around the same time. They probably got information coming back from Germany on how to do this, because the Germans didn't care who they were testing it all on. They didn't have to hide it from anybody.
Yeah, right.
Or the Russians and that. But I mean, Dr. Sargent's books. So that's The Sleep Room there by a guy called John Stock. That's been released this year. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've got these two other books here as well. The Battle for the Mind, William Sargent. That was written, ironically, in 1957. Again, that number keeps popping back up again. This Mind Possessed was written in 1972. But in both books, they talk about using music to control the mind, using voodoo and Amazonian other Amazonian methods, drugs, to control the mind. And that picture there, I don't know if viewers can see it. I'll try and put a big picture of it on when I edit it. At the bottom, it says 2 words, Mike. Beatle possession.
Yeah.
That's in that Mind Possessed book from 1972. So they were doing work on music controlling people. That is evidence of that what you've been speaking about for a decade or more, right? That the Beatles' music was there to control people is there. This guy running the British arm of MK Ultra, and he's wrote Beatle Possession there.
Yeah, and at a very basic level, humans are very connected to music. You know, if a song is 80 to 120 beats, that resonates with the human heartbeat in many cases. I mean, I can go on and on.
Mm.
So there is that connection, that natural connection that we have to music. So they went off, they know this, and they exploited the music for their purposes. That's why with the Beatle possession, that's why they called the Beatles' fame Beatlemania. It's a mania. So a mania is a psychiatric term. Beatlemania. They have known about music's impact on the human mind forever. And they know how to adjust it. They know what elicits a certain response, certain behavior. And the other thing is too, once they get people all lathered up, like the girl on the right there, they also know that humans are, they mirror, they copy. So if you're in a crowd, but most people, if they're in a crowd and the crowd starts behaving a certain way, people mimic that behavior and they react the same way. So, I mean, it just goes on and on and on about how they know how to manipulate. And I'm looking at the titles of the book, Dom. Battle for the Mind.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's a war. Basically.
Who titles a book Battle for the Mind? Well, why are you battling for my mind? Because we want to control your mind. That's why. The Mind Possessed. That's the title of the other book. It's just crazy stuff. The Sleep Room.
Look who published that book as well. Great Pan, Battle for the Mind.
Who published it?
The Battle for the Mind was published by Great Pan.
Oh, Great Pan. Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. It's hard for me to see. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah. The Mind Possessed. Sargent wrote about cults and satanic rituals around the world, which was obviously used in his MK Ultra experimentation. I would have thought that would be the voices under the pillows or what have you.
I was actually going to say that, Dom. Do you think that the MK Ultra is just like a weaponized version of satanic mind control? You know, when you hear about satanic ritual abuse survivors, it sounds like the same thing, doesn't it? Just with a bit more technology involved. If you know what I mean.
they look to break down the mind to create altars. It's what was I going to say about Tavistock? We were talking about cults, and I've told my audience over and over again that Tavistock is good at a lot of stuff, but there's two things they really excel at. One is the creation of cults. So a cult could be it could be a very innocuous thing. It could be something that you don't give much thought to. But a band, like if you're heavily invested in a band, you follow that band, that's a cult. You're in a cult.
Yes.
Also, what Tavistock did, along with all of these guys, because they were all involved, is to take an adult and reduce their thinking, their critical thinking, down to that of a child. So because the way a child reacts, many times it's from emotions. They get emotional about something, and that's how they respond to things emotionally. They're not responding to things logically or rationally. It's from an emotional perspective, and that's what we see taking place everywhere in the world, because everything is a cult. They've got people in these buckets, and each one of those buckets has they have buttons that they push so that the people who are categorized and put in those buckets, they know how they're going to react and behave to whatever triggers they present to them. So, they're political people like Trump is a cult, Biden was a cult, the Beatles were a cult, the Rolling Stones were a cult, Led Zeppelin is a cult, your Hollywood is a cult. There are all these cults, but people don't see it as a cult because they portray cults as some really weird, oddball, strange sect of people that are tucked away somewhere in the woods, and they all live in a log cabin somewhere. They don't look at it from the perspective of they have constructed a massive number of cults across the world, and this way they have people essentially categorized, and they know exactly what buttons to push, what triggers to present to get people to react and behave a certain way.
Well, that book there, the 1957, The Battle for the Mind. I copied this. This is what was in it: about mind control, brainwashing, psychiatry, PTSD, LSD, sleep room, deep sleep treatment, torture experimentation, coma, National Health Service, the Tavistock Institute, Belmont Hospital, Portland Down, MI6, Ministry of Defence, the Allen Institute, where you and Cameron worked, and the Mystery Babylon, and MK Ultra, and the Unquiet Mind. I mean,
and that was in the Battle for the Mind?
That was in the 1957 book, Battle for the Mind.
So what were they explaining? They were explaining the process?
Yes. Yeah, they explained it. But in 1972, they were looking. He wrote about demonic possessions that can be used via voodoo. I mean, it's not a coincidence that people were out taking drugs. I mean, what they were doing were following. We've spoke about like the Maharishis and people like that, but they were also following these Amazonian type groups as well, weren't they? In the 1960s, that was that way of life, wasn't it? Well, that's what they were trying to represent, even though it didn't really represent that way of life.
Well, I've told my audience so many times, Dom and Chris, that the world is run by occultists. They're not run by presidents and prime ministers. Forget that stuff. That's puppet show stuff.
Yeah.
And organizations like Tavistock and other organizations, they are heavily occulted. So they have occult practices, and they will bring those, and they do bring those occult practices into their process. So when you talk about demonic possession and stuff like that, and Satanism, that stuff is real.
And if you think about that lady there that's in the 1960s with going mad for the Beatles with Beatlemania, if they're inputting things into the music to make people go like that, and then people are sampling that in 20 years' time, which people do sample 60s music a lot. I read an article the other day about the Verve sampling a Stones song on their, is it Unfinished Symphony? And they didn't earn any royalties from that. But that music is then transported into the 1990s, for instance, and then poisoning a whole new generation with the same music. It's fascinating.
Well, you know, going back to Beatlemania, these girls, I mean, the stories are, you know, have been told many times. They would be, the mania would be so severe that they would have orgasms and they would also piss themselves.
Wow. I mean, that is voodoo, isn't it? Because he talks in these books about these evangelists, you know, when they all fall on the floor and what have you. That is what he's basically saying is we want a music industry or a film industry that makes you feel like this so we can control you.
Yeah.
One interesting thing was Dr. Sargent, the Sergeant in the Sergeant Pepper album.
I don't know. You know, it's interesting you should say that because I was talking to Stacy yesterday, and she believes that it goes back to a band camp in Canada.
Right.
And there was a guy by the name of Pepper that was involved in that band camp. And Stacy was telling me, now I don't want to give Stacy's deal away here because I'm not done, but she was saying that she believed that band camp in Canada was used as a resource for grooming. So these young kids would go to band camp. So that's what, you know, most people think, oh, it's just band camp. But no, it was much more than that. And one of the people that was involved in it was a guy with the last name of Pepper. And so, like I said, I don't want to give Stacy's deal away, but my point being is that who is Sergeant Pepper? Some people believe that it was Aleister Crowley, and I think because it goes back to the Devil's Pepper. You have the chart here, and Rosemary's Baby. I don't know. So it's still something that is an enigma and an unsolved question.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
But Jane Asher also speaks of her family. People in her family, a cousin, was mentally ill, and so in a 2002 interview.
But that can't be. They don't have mentally ill people in there.
They're all fitting well. The chosen ones, yeah. But so Jane Asher wrote, when I was, this is in an interview, when I was 14 or so, I became aware that something was very wrong with a teenage cousin of mine. Although never let in fully on the secret, I picked up enough from my parents' muttered asides and whispers to know that the problem was far more interesting than a mere physical illness. My cousin had been hearing voices and had become extremely distressed and paranoid. He'd found personal and dreadful messages for him in the Bible and was clearly and typically, as I later discovered, in the throes of schizophrenia.
He could have been in a program.
It could have been in a program, yeah.
That was my initial thought.
Yeah. But one of the interesting parts is, and I've got an interview I'm going to play now with Jane Asher. We haven't got the video, it's just the audio. Is that she can't remember how she got into acting because her parents weren't involved in that side of it, in the acting side of it. So it's quite an interesting interview. I think you've already listened to it, Mike, haven't you?
Yes.
My guest now is a lady who's been called a competent and sometimes inspired actress, and the lady whose life is suitable for the subject of 1,000 short stories. Her name, Jane Asher. Jane, welcome to 655.
Thank you.
You've been in acting for a long, long time because your mother took you to an agent when you were only 6 years of age. Most mothers, of course, don't do that. Was your mother quite pushy?
No, she wasn't. It's always something that's puzzled me because neither of my parents were what you'd call theatrical parents as such, the types that you imagine to be pushing their children into that kind of thing. It's always difficult to look back and work out exactly what did go on. I think they had some friends who had children who'd done little bits in films and so on, who enjoyed it enormously, who said to my parents, oh, you should take those three along. You know, we all had red hair and looked sort of cute, I imagine. And they did, as rather a joke, I think. Never expected us to take it very seriously. And then we got odd parts in films and TV things and so on, and it just went on from there. But it is unlike them. I mean, it's something I've never quite worked out.
But having gone through it, is it something that you would encourage your own children to go into?
No, very much the opposite. I mean, obviously, if they decided to act later on in their lives, that's their decision. But certainly as children, I would hate them to do it.
Why?
Because although I think I and my brother and sister were lucky in that we escaped perhaps the worst of the pressures on children. I think a lot of the children I watched go through it did have a very tough time. The worst thing, I think, is to fail at such a young age. You used to see thousands of children queuing up at auditions and so on, and most of them, of course, would fail, and it's a rather hard lesson to learn so young, I think.
The spotlight was always on you throughout the 60s. Having been in show business since 6 years of age, did it help you then to cope with that sort of thing?
Possibly, although I think and it's very difficult if you're sort of 15, 16, and a press photographer says, you know, oh, hitch your skirt up a bit, cross your legs, Jane, you know, lean over. It takes a long time to learn to say no. I don't want to do that. And the pressures are enormous.
Long time to say no, 6-year-old.
Yeah.
That didn't sound right enjoyable. That didn't sound like someone who thought, oh, I love the fact that we're an actress. Ironically, we find that 3 kids did become actresses and actors.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, that her take was that she wouldn't subject her own children to the process. But she said that they did become...
Yes, yeah, we'll find that out later on. Yeah, some of them,
okay.
they did get involved in sort of like TV and what have you.
Okay, but it's interesting that her take was she didn't want them to engage in a process that she had gone through. That's what I was getting from it.
Yeah, I took that from it as well. I thought it was that she didn't want to go. She didn't want her children to go through. I mean, just to hint on that, hitch your skirt up and I'm 6-year-old or 9-year-old, and I've got to say no. I mean, that process there. I mean, what sort of photographer would tell a small child to? It reminds me of the Lewis Carroll thing, which we'll probably talk about in a bit. Where he was taking pictures of children. Again, we come back to that. What have they actually had to go through to live that type of life, to be chosen? It doesn't sound right nice and enjoyable.
No, it's wrong on so many levels.
I found this interesting as well. That there's and again, I'm not an expert on this angle, but there's a tribe of Asher. According to the Hebrew Bible, the tribe of Asher was one of the 12 tribes of Israel, descended from Asher, the 8th son of Jacob. It is one of the lost tribes. So that ain't the interesting part. The interesting part is that Jane Asher is known as the Queen of Cakes in Britain. So she, after her acting career, she became a TV sort of celebrity chef, a cook, which was known as the Queen of Cakes. And the tribe of Asher from Genesis says, Asher food will be rich and he shall yield royal delicacies. So they became bakers. The tribe of Asher were bakers, basically, making delicacies for the king.
That's interesting. Now, I also have to say that their family going back to the Middle East and Israel doesn't surprise me either. Robert Sepper, I watched a video that he did going back, I guess about a year ago or so, and he had said that the royal family can draw their ancestry back to the house of David in Israel. So that says a lot right there as well. And that could very well explain, and I would argue that it does explain why there's so much focus and attention in that part of the world.
Yeah, I would as well. I know Chris has gone on about that for a while, hasn't he, Chris?
Yeah.
Have you heard the same thing, Chris? That the royal families, their bloodlines going back to the house of David?
Yeah, and Vlad the Impaler, apparently. Prince Charles has said famously.
Okay. It's good to know that our royal family is part of Dracula. And so we come on to Dr. Richard Asher. I have to thank a friend of mine, Lorraine. She did most of the work on this, a lot of the work on this. Sometimes you do need a bit of a hand, don't you, Mike? And
yes.
Different eyes looking at different bits of information. But she managed to work him all the way back to Frankfurt in Germany, of all places.
Frankfurt is a hotbed.
Yeah. Part of the Holy Roman Empire, which I'm sure doesn't mean much, but there you go. I'm being sarcastic again. So it's the German state of Hesse or Hessen in Germany, its capital is Wiesbaden, which is the largest urban area. The largest urban area is Frankfurt, and it's also the country's financial centre.
Well, the Rothschilds come from Frankfurt as well.
Yes. Yep. Interestingly, and I don't know if you want to include this part, Mike, but I've just written it in my upcoming book of next year. There's the name Stern, which is, as you'll see there, his mother's name was Stern. That's where the link back to Germany comes from. And Stern is part of the Frankfurt. It's a Frankfurt name, and it is a Jewish name.
Yes.
So, and yeah, look, Jewish people. I've got no religion in this fight, to be honest with you, and I'm sure the Jewish people have been used more than any other, as much as any other people as well. It's not the Jewish people per se, is it? It's a ruling elite again that we're talking about that are controlling them and using them probably to hide behind. But yeah, so the Rothschilds, even the Rockefellers came from Frankfurt originally. There's an area called Rockenfeld. Ironically,
that I didn't know.
Yeah, a couple of interesting books that I've got here. One of them called Americans of Jewish Descent, and it's more of a dossier written by Malcolm H. Stern. Only 550 books. I'm sorry, I haven't got this book, but only 550 books were printed of this, and they were given to individuals around America, and it basically told them which families to deal with, who were what they classed as Marranos, which those were Jewish people who pretend to be Christians in their community, but hold secret like faith to Judaism. And Stephen Birmingham, who's an author, and I've got these books, The Grandees, America's Sephardic Elite, and he says, who would expect to find the Rockefellers in that book? Yeah, so these people are Jewish people that are writing these books as well. They're rabbis. They're not. I'm not quoting work from someone who doesn't like Jewish people. These are people who are they're from their world. There's a fantastic work. I found this work. It's called the Jews of Frankfurt DNA Project. All Jewish professors, and they've traced names back to Frankfurt: Bacharach, Dreyfus, Epstein, Goldsmith, Guggenheim, Oppenheimer, Schwab, Shapiro, Wertenmeyer, Rothschild, and many more. And they also include Stern in that as well.
Yeah, so, and we have the Frankfurt School.
Yes.
And the Frankfurt School was comprised of Jewish intelligentsia. They were Marxists. So like I said, Germany and Frankfurt is a hotbed. And also, the Beatles did all that playing in Hamburg before they, the switch was thrown. And Hamburg is only a 6-hour drive from Frankfurt. And Hamburg is considered to be a major media hub in Germany. So that's why the Beatles were there. And I don't think it's any coincidence that its proximity to the Frankfurt School and everything else that went on in Frankfurt.
No. Ironically, Dr. Richard Asher's younger brother, Thomas George Horsey Asher, married Margaret Elliott's sister. So the family were intermarried, if you like, with so Jane Asher's cousins were double cousins, a bit like the Bernays family with the Freuds, and he died young as well. He was possibly a schoolmaster at possibly Harrow School because all his children went there. And he died on the 6th of December, 1966, did Thomas, about 2.5 years before Richard Asher was found dead in his basement. I found no cause. We couldn't find any cause of death for Thomas Asher. It seemed like a sudden thing. So possibly, maybe he found out about this type of thing. I don't know what was going on at 57 Wimpole Street. Maybe he was part of it in some way. I don't know that. But so this chap here, he is Richard Asher's maternal uncle. This was the gem. He was a world famous cellist, English cellist of his day. So he was a pop star in his day. He he was called Leopold Lawrence Stern, James' paternal great uncle. He was a violinist and a cellist, and he played for many famous people. He played for the Astor family. He played for the Vanderbilts in America. He also played for President William McKinley at the White House. He was also a favourite of Queen Victoria's. He also played at the court of German Kaiser Wilhelm II.
Okay,
Just
so
a coincidence.
I'm going to say coincidence. A well-connected coincidence.
Mm. Yeah, it is interesting when you find these little gems, though, Mike. I know you'll have come across them in your times of research as well. When you're looking into the Beatles and stuff like that, you find stuff and it makes your skin sort of your hair stand on end, doesn't it?
It has to make you wonder, doesn't it, if they were just doing the same kind of thing back then with this character.
Mm.
It could have been.
Do you know what I mean? Was he?
Was he chosen
like a Paul McCartney of the day?
well, he studied at the Royal Academy of Music, which is a similar sort of place to where Margaret Asher was a professor at. And yeah, she studied at the Guildhall School of Music. And he, yeah, well, hang on a minute. Let me move to another picture here. So that's him there. He died young as well, this guy. They don't seem to last right long, some of these people. He died at the age of, in his 40s, I think. But he married this lady here, Suzanne Adams. And he was married twice. And he married another famous child protege violinist, Nettie Carpenter. And they divorced, and his second wife was this lady, Suzanne Burt Adams, famous opera singer. And she was also one of Queen Victoria's favourites. But she was married into the Adams family.
She also has her hands crossed. She's doing the Osiris Risen symbolism.
Yeah.
Is it me, or does she look a bit geezery on the right?
Yeah. A bit Yoko Ono. Same sort of haircut. But she was part of the Adams family. Were a well-connected, weren't just like the Munsters. They were a well-connected family. So, I mean, they were part of the Mayflower, but they were related to the Baldwin family, which obviously they were the Taft family, the Spencer family of the UK, the Quincy family. They were related to the Bush, the Roosevelts, and the Harrison families.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and she's got royal genealogy as well. I traced her royal genealogy back to. I mean, they didn't have any children, but they're still marrying into these families, still keeping it within the family. Anyway, he died here at the Bethnal House Asylum, did Leo, 1904, aged just 42. It was the largest asylum in England.
So he had mental health issues too?
Yes, he had mental health issues too. Stern's death certificate states general paralysis, common term for the final stages of syphilis. Doesn't seem to end well for a lot of these people, does it?
No. I'm just going back to the presentation that was shown at the beginning, and then pointing out an elitist family does all this, and we don't have any of those issues, you know.
No. And they're all dropping like flies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Peter, Jane, and Claire Asher. This is them as kids.
Yeah.
So that's when she was talking about her mother putting them forward to some sort of talent scout or whatever. They were only young there. I mean, how young were they? 4-year-old, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically selling your kids there, right?
Yeah, to get them started like that.
Yeah, she was 8 years old. Began working as a child actor and appeared in The Planter's Wife and the stage play Isn't Life Wonderful. Anyway, she also played films in 1953. So she was quite he was quite famous. Sorry, Peter was playing these roles, and he played a role produced by Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who was also, I found this interesting, part of the intelligence operations in World War II. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. all these bloody actors, all part. And this goes back to what we were talking about a bit ago with Dave McGowan's work, where people were saying, "Oh yeah, but everybody were in the military in World War." Yeah, but they weren't all high up in the intelligence services.
Well, he was assigned as a United States liaison officer to the British Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten.
Yeah, well, we know who Louis Mountbatten was, don't we? He was another Jimmy Savile friend. Right.
My point being is he got assigned.
Yes.
Come on.
and look, he specialised in deception and psychological warfare.
See, folks, when we talk about these connections, this is what we're talking about.
Included undertaking training at the HMS Tormentor.
So please, when the comment section is going to be open, please think through your comment before you type it out.
Yeah. So Peter Asher was part of Peter and Gordon, as you know, Mike. I mean, were all new to me when I started looking at this, and a lot of these songs were written by Paul McCartney whilst possibly still at Wimpole Street, and given to Peter Asher and Gordon to make hits to become famous.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. They possibly didn't have the looks for it.
Another story.
Possibly went wrong because of the inbreeding. But we're interested in when Wendy Asher, or Wendy Worth, his wife became a well-known art collector, and that featured Banksy documentary, and she featured in, which was released by Revolver Entertainment.
Revolver Entertainment?
Yeah, I've never heard of them, but it's all another link back to the Beatles, I suppose. But a lot of them have these jobs, like when Sir Julian Huxley was talking earlier, jobs that you don't really recognise, like a set designer or something like that. Like she's a art collector. I remember seeing what they call him from the Police, the drummer, Stuart Copeland. His father obviously was a CIA agent. But his mother was a British intelligence officer as well. She worked for the SOE behind enemy lines in World War II. And then she became an archaeologist after World War II. And obviously just gave it all up. They get those type of jobs, don't they, sort of behind the scenes that nobody actually sees.
Right. And if she's an archaeologist, she was probably aligned with some, I'm just going to take a guess, we can look it up, some major university.
Yeah, probably the Natural History Museum or something like that. Something like that. Peter Asher subsequently became the A&R man for Apple Records. So there's what Chris was saying, that they're involved in intrinsic links back into the Beatles.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about with Tara Brown too. I mean, it just kind of converges at the top, and it points back to the Beatles.
Yeah. And then he went on to be senior vice president of Sony Music, as I mentioned before, when the Beatles back catalogue, or the catalogue of the Beatles, was owned by Michael Jackson, and Sony bought it off him, or half of it off him.
That was strange that Michael Jackson owned the Beatles rights, wasn't it? Anyway,
yeah. Well, that got me when I saw an article that said Michael Jackson also bought Eminem's music.
Right.
So I did Michael Jackson's genealogy, and it showed that he was actually more white than black.
Well, he was.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson. Well, people say Michael Jackson was swapped out.
Yeah, well, no doubt, it probably might have been, but the actual, whatever the genealogy was of this person was white.
Okay.
But mainly white. It was only till the last 2 or 3 generations became, so if it was the same person, a full black person.
Yeah.
So this is his daughter, Peter Asher's daughter. She was in Cobra Starship. Never heard of it. But a lot of these people, again, carry on the mantra in the pop world. People have to look into that. I've never come across them, but they were around in 2005-ish.
You know what I find, that a lot of the children of these high focused types of artists is that they don't quite achieve the status that their parents do. And, you know, my wife and I were having this discussion the other day. So as an example, if we look at the Beatles kids, we look at Julian Lennon, Sean Lennon, Donnie Harrison, James McCartney, they have never achieved what their fathers achieved. And my wife and I were talking about it, trying to figure out, you know, why would that be? We were speculating. And I said, it's because I think that they're, in the case, let's just say of Paul McCartney or John Lennon, that their profile is still of the utmost importance to keep that intact because of what's associated with that. It's the whole cult thing that's associated with the Beatles, especially with McCartney and Lennon. And so they don't want that high profile aspect of it to be usurped by anybody else, and that would include their children. I was just a thought that I have because it's kind of interesting. We
Get the attention over kind of thing.
Yeah. They don't want to. They need to keep it where they have worked to keep it for so long. So we're just going to keep it right there. Anyway, so I digress.
It might also be that, going back to the bloodlines as well, that for some reason it's something within that genetic makeup that they don't have, as in, you know what I mean? Because they don't have the right. But anyway, it could be both. Who knows? But yeah, it is. I noticed Boris Johnson's, one of his children became a singer, and she never. You'd think with all the clout that they had and all the connections that they could make it happen, and it doesn't.
Bob Dylan's kid too. He was in the Wallflowers.
Right. Yeah.
You know, there's lots of examples.
Yeah. So Peter Asher owned, or was part owner of the Indica Art Gallery, which was off Duke Street in a place called Mason's Yard, in St James's, London.
Mason's Yard.
Mason's Yard, yeah.
Of course.
Now, apparently, I tried finding if it had a link to the Masons, but it was apparently a guy called Mason. But again, you don't know if that's real or.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah, it's just funny. Yes, yeah.
You'd have to wonder about these art galleries as well in prime locations in central London. Little tiny art gallery like that. How does it?
It's probably money laundering.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, how does it turn it over?
Well, it was like a new agey book store as well, wasn't it? Paul McCartney was meant to have bought books from there as well, and they stored the books in the basement.
I'm going to say what's in the basement.
Peter Asher, where Richard Asher was found. Sorry, all them years after, and he used to take some books out and then put some money in on top of the, on a note on the book saying he owed him some money, put it on his account. It sounds like he was one of the funders of this, but that's supposedly where John met Yoko Ono, isn't it?
On November 9th. I shit you not.
but again, the Ashers are involved in John getting into the peace movement and meeting Yoko Ono.
Yeah, Ono was his handler. This is talked about in memoirs. So
right. Yeah. So their sister as well. They had a sister called Claire Asher, Jane and Peter, and she was also a radio actress and TV actress as well. So it's not just those guys. So I've got an interview as well, which is very interesting. Peter Asher talking. I'd say out of all the things that we're going to listen to, I'd say this is probably one of the most interesting ones because he sounds like he's been caught out a little bit here.
Well, there is one thing that I tried to ask you about. Well, it's not I tried to ask you. Unfortunately, I've got the story I have is a bit garbled, and I tried to get in touch with the relevant guy, but he hasn't replied to my email, which is someone who was going out with, I don't know if it was a granddaughter of your mother's or if there's such a thing, but he said he was at your house and had to look after your mum one night, and she was quite old at the time, and she said that she'd helped Paul wanted to learn string arranging, and she'd helped him write string, and she had somewhere a handwritten sort of string chart for yesterday.
Oh.
which apparently she got out and showed him, and then it went
Who is this?
disappeared
Who is
back
this
into this
person?
wall of papers. It's called Andy Drudy.
No idea. Sorry. No, I don't know that
I
name.
can't imagine he'd be a bit. Yeah.
But do you think?
No.
Did your mother ever give any help to Paul?
Yeah, but,
Yes.
but that's the idea of your mum helping
Yes,
him
she
to write
did.
string
Oh, she
arrangements
did.
is the key.
She helped him with you know, what you know, between her and George Martin, I suppose, at separate occasions. I mean, not together, but yeah, Paul was interested in orchestral music and orchestral instruments and what was what. I mean, and she did teach him some of that stuff, no question.
That's brilliant. That's fantastic. Isn't that what a lovely thing?
Yes, yes. So, you know, I don't know exactly, having not been in either of those tutorials, you know, what was George Martin and what was my mum, but I know she contributed, yes.
So is this just by coincidence that she taught George Martin?
Yes.
Where did she teach George?
This is widely written wrong. They keep saying, oh, my mother must have taught at the Guildhall because she taught George Martin and that's where he went. But it's actually more complicated if you care about how it exactly happened. He was at the Guildhall School of Music. When you were studying piano and composition, you had to take a second instrument, which you had to pass an exam on. He had chosen as his second instrument the oboe. He realized that he'd been giving his second instrument studies short shrift, and he was concerned that his oboe playing wasn't up to snuff and he wouldn't pass the exam. He looked for an independent oboe tutor who could give him private lessons. My mother was oboe professor at Royal Academy, which is, of course, a rival institution from the Guildhall, but she also gave private lessons. At the time, that would have been in our flat in Great Portland Street before we moved into Wimpole Street. So amazing. George would have come there and did come there for oboe lessons to get his oboe playing up to the level of his main instrument, piano.
But I heard McCartney tell a lovely story about how he actually just went and knocked on Bertrand Russell's door to ask him about the Vietnam War. And apparently he went in and they had a lovely chat.
I didn't know that. My father met Bertrand Russell.
Or a crock of shit.
Oh my God. The stories they tell, even the whole part about Paul being interested in orchestral arrangements and his mother would teach him or whatever, or show him. Well, by his own admittance, biological Paul could not read or write music. So can you imagine that session? She's sitting there writing stuff out, and he's like, I can't read.
Here you go, Gershwin.
So that's a bunch of nonsense, too. Now, if it was Billy, if he was referring to Billy, that would be a completely different story because Billy could read, write, pose, you know. So, but it wasn't biological Paul.
I mean, quite a lot of questions arise from that conversation there, and it was only a snippet. It'd be nice to hear the full interview. Margaret Elliott apparently taught George. I've seen a conflicting 1946 and 1948. I mean, that's quite a long time that the Ashers were in that flat pre-Wimpole Street. They moved out of that in 1957. So there's no talk there. Follow-up question would have been, did George Martin stay in touch with the family from 1948, or how long was the lessons for? Were they for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year? And were they friends afterwards, you know? Because it seems a bit coincidental, Peter, that Paul McCartney ended up living in your house and your mum had taught George Martin.
And he actually said it was a coincidence.
Yeah, it was quite an important question, that, weren't it? And he missed that question.
What's interesting is in memoirs, it talks about how George Martin was very high on McCartney's relationship with Jane Asher, that he was advocating and very supportive of Paul being in the relationship with Jane Asher. So that's interesting too, because why would a producer, your music producer, be whispering in your ear and telling you, you know, I think it's a good idea that you stick around with Jane.
They generally want him single, don't they?
You know, so it's sort of weird. So that tells me that the relationship between George Martin and the Ashers was not just being taught how to play the oboe so that he can pass his class. there was a connection there, a very solid direct line connection.
And they haven't told about that They haven't spoken about that connection. All right, maybe after the Ashes and stuff like that, after the 60s, but not up to the 60s. Just had lessons, and that were it. We're over.
Right.
And that can't be true. And the reason it can't be true is because Jane acted in I'm just going to jump over a little bit here. She acted in a film or a TV series called Robin Hood, and in that film, the famous song, that Robin Hood, was produced by George Martin.
Okay.
Right. And her and Peter were in Robin Hood. I don't know if I've got a picture of them in Robin Hood, actually. Oh, there we go. They were actually in a couple of episodes of Robin Hood. So how did they get that gig? I would hazard a guess that the gig was got because they knew George Martin, possibly, or the wheels were greased, tracks were greased.
Yeah, I don't think again, we don't have any concrete proof, but from what I know and what you guys are presenting, Dom and Chris, there had to be a relationship where they were very familiar with each other. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, she was quite a famous actress as well with Jane Asher in the 60s. She was a well-known actress. She wasn't somebody who was unknown and just went out with Paul McCartney. I mean, she was in Alfie. She acted with Vincent Price in the Mask of Red Death. Interesting title. She was also in two Alice in Wonderland. Portrayals of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. She also was in it again in 1985. Jane Asher.
Okay.
She played Mrs. Liddell in Dream Child, it was called. Interesting title. In 1985. That was written by Dennis Potter, Chris. Have you spoke about Dennis Potter before?
He's the English. He did that. Do you remember the one where they had a scarred face? It's an English author, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or TV writer, should I say.
Just nipping back to Jane Asher's husband, Gerald Scarfe, CBE. He was the guy that did the graphics for Pink Floyd's The Wall album. Yeah. And they had three kids. Katie, a stage and voice actress, TV and radio actress. Alexander, who's a writer, producer, actor. And Rory, who's a book editor. Those kids who she didn't want to go into acting.
Yeah.
Just to cover that bit. Where were we at? Yeah, so Alice Liddell. I find this guy a bit creepy. I used to be into Alice in Wonderland. I quite like that story, to be honest with you. But now you know the information, I can't even think about it. But Jane Alice Liddell and Lewis Carroll share several bloodlines back to Edward III. Jane Asher played Alice's mother, Mrs. Liddell, in the film Dreamland that I just mentioned. The relationship between the Liddells, Dodgson, broke in June 1863. And it's been speculated that by some biographers that Carroll / Dodgson may have wanted to marry the 11-year-old Alice Liddell.
Okay.
Lewis Carroll is cut from the same satanic Plantagenet bloodline that were mentioned earlier, and he shares several ancestors with Jane from the Percy family. Sir Henry Percy, Sir Henry Percy, 1364-1403, born at Alnwick Castle, we mentioned earlier, or Warkworth Castle. One of the Lord Warkworth was one of the head honchos of the United Lodge of England, if I remember right, left top of my head. Henry Percy, 2nd Earl of Northumberland, and Lady Elizabeth Percy, they're also related to her. And Carroll is also an ancestor of Lionel Plantagenet and Elizabeth de Burgh. Jane is also related to the de Burghs, and they're also ancestors of Chris de Burgh.
Okay. Well, again, I know we talked about this before, but Stacey's work tells us that Billy's mother is the Percy bloodline.
That's Elizabeth Percy, wasn't it, Mike?
Elizabeth Percy,
yeah,
yep.
yeah.
And so now we're taking a look at Jane Asher, and she also is connected into the Percy bloodline.
Mm.
So this tells me, we're just taking a wild guess here, that Jane Asher knew exactly who Billy was, and vice versa. So, it's very, very weird in a way. But like we were saying earlier, they've got these bloodlines, and everything is kept within that circle.
Yeah. Interestingly, Julia Arnold and that's Julia and a younger sister sat down, Ethel Arnold. That's Aldous Huxley's mother is Julia Arnold, from the Arnold family. They've also got a famous American side. Their gene line goes back to Edward III through Thomas of Woodstock. Bear in mind that Aldous Huxley was probably the protagonitor of the mescaline and LSD into the 60s. Woodstock is well known for
right,
that drug, isn't it?
Yep.
Interesting, isn't it? All these names keep coming up here.
Yeah,
I mean,
that and the Summer of Love at the Monterey Pop Festival. Woodstock is, I equate Woodstock right up there with the Monterey Pop Festival.
Yeah. There were just some pictures I put together. Krista Berg, Lady in Red. I thought the song was written about Princess Diana, but Chris tells me it was written about de Berg's wife. But anyway, but they're also related to Richard Branson as well, who likes dressing as women, likes dressing as air hostess. So he shares the de Berg bloodline.
Virgin Airway?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and he shares a de Berg bloodline, and he's got his boats and one of his planes called the Scarlet Lady. And one of the Scarlet Woman is obviously a Scarlet Woman isn't like a phrase, isn't it, used for a woman who's a bit loose, if you like.
Right.
Yeah, but Krista Berg is an Argentinian-born musician, a songwriter, and he's traced his family tree back to Robert the Bruce, King of Scots. His maternal grandfather is Sir Eric de Bruce, a British Army officer who served as Chief of General Staff in India during World War II. And Colonel Charles John Davison is Chris's father, a British diplomat. But he just penned Lady in Red, Mike, and it were a big hit.
Yeah. that was the only song he did, wasn't it, Dom?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
You could pen that song, and if you didn't have the machine behind you, it would go absolutely nowhere.
As we say in England, that song was shite.
But it was massive, wasn't it? It was massive,
huge.
Number one for ages.
A proper wedding song, isn't it?
He was like he got under the cash cow because his voice was terrible as well.
Yeah. His great-grandfather was Lieutenant General Sir Edward Arthur Fanshawe. De Burgh descends through Robert de Bruce's second wife, Elizabeth de Burgh. Yeah. Asher, de Burgh, Lady Di all descend from Robert the Bruce. Scottish king.
There you go.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to make this. You couldn't make this up if you wanted to write Game of Thrones around it.
See, that's the thing. You're going through this, Dom, and I'm thinking to myself, all these people that don't get this. No, this stuff is not true. All these people aren't related. Everybody's related at some point. I'm thinking, come on.
Yeah.
Put your thinking cap on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's strange, isn't it, that the all of these people are related, and yet I can't believe that some of them don't say, "Oh, you're my cousin, by the way," or they might be at the Live Aid or something like that, and they can't all realise that they're all cousins, or the set designer of the film isn't a cousin of such and such. It's just, yeah. We'll come on to this guy. This is Jane's maternal great-grandfather. And he's part of the Phillips family, or the Phillips family. It's spelt in different ways. He owned this property here, built by I think it was Sir Edward Phillips. It's called Montacute House. So, I mean, this is just a normal house. Most people live in these houses.
I'm going to say it's very similar to where we grew up, Dan.
Yeah.
I wonder who mows his lawn.
Yeah, I was going to say the lawn were a bugger, wasn't it?
Which army of gardeners mow his lawn? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the Phillips family. I mean, Sir Edward Phillips, who's there, was the Master of Rolls and Chancellor to the son of James I, who was his heir, King Henry, became King Henry, the Prince of Wales. You know, these people working directly for the royal family. So Sir Edward Phillips, this is when we were listening to Sir Julian Huxley talk about the genes of these people, the pedigree, I think he said, this is the pedigree that they're looking for. That's why roll on 200 years' time, Jane Asher or Peter Asher's running Sony.
Right.
Mm. Because that's the background that they've got. And he built that mansion there, Montacute House, which is still standing and now in the possession of the National Trust.
Oh, okay.
So Sir Edward died on, wait for it, 11th of September 1614. Yeah. That place was built by Master Mason William Arnold. And we've come across that name before. Don't know if he's related to Aldous Huxley, whose mother was Julia Arnold, but I put some money on that he is personally, but knowing how the research goes. So the Phelps family were also married into the Bates family, and the Bates family owned Langley Castle and Iden Castle. So we're talking a depth here. We're not talking, Mike's great-granddad married somebody who was actually distant related to such and such sir, whatever. We're talking to people that owned castles here. You know, not just one, owned castles and massive stately homes. Yeah. And on a side note, an interesting side note, this guy who works at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology now owns one of them castles. He owns Langley Castle. And obviously the MITs, especially if you look into what he's doing, cybersecurity and stuff, he's funded by DARPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always good to have DARPA on your side.
Oh, yeah. So this is also owned by the Phillips family. This is called Brimpton de Eversey House.
Yeah, I guess the word "small" wasn't in their vocabulary.
No, I mean, these are proper stately homes, aren't they?
Yes.
And those stately homes now in England, they're almost like money laundering operations, aren't they?
Well, part of the National Trust. Yeah. They apparently gave them away to the National Trust.
Yeah. A lot of them still live in them, you know.
Yeah.
In like one corner of the house.
Yeah. Sir Thomas Phillips of Silsand, 1445 to 1520, was esquire to the body of King Henry VII, who Jane's also related to, we'll come on to his sec, and was appointed one of the stewards and receiver of the lordships. I'm not going to pronounce this Welsh name, Landstefan. I can pronounce that. So Henry VII is a great-grandfather of Jane Asher's, and the Phillips family, who's a distant great-great-great-grandfather, looked after the dead body of King Henry VII. Just a coincidence. If people are listening, I'm sure people who listen to your shows aren't like that, but you do get some odd comments, don't you? That people, everybody's related to Charlemagne or whatever. Sorry, I'm not buying that one. Not in my research, anyway.
Well, first of all, you can't just say that. You know, you have to be able to prove that. If you're going to say everybody's related to somebody, you have to be able to put forth the evidence and the proof. You know, you guys are going through the process of putting together your evidence and proof, but you know, people just shoot their mouths off and they type before thinking. So anyway,
so Sir Thomas Phillips was owner of Picton Castle, or it's called Silsand Castle, and he's a great grandfather of Sir John Phillips, first Baron of Picton Castle in 1560, who's also related, obviously, back to the Phillips family, who Jane's a distant relation of. That family also own Rock Castle. So I mean, we've pointed out about 5 castles here. Last time we pointed out about 7 or 8 Masonic lodges named after her family. Now we're pointing out that there are castles that they owned within the family, and people might not think that's important, but I think it's pretty important that they are part of the establishment. Because Jane Asher, when she was wheeled out in the 60s, was just this pretty young actress.
Right.
Nobody told you any of this information.
Well, look, a potato farmer didn't own that house.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
So what it's talking to and what it's speaking to, for those that are, kind of not there yet, is that this is the elite circle. This is part of the control system. And, if you don't believe there's a control system, I don't know what to tell you, but there is. And what you're being shown here is that the control system's been in place for a long time. And people are connected to people who are, the then part of the control system. And they brought forth the future people that would be part of the control system. So they keep it all in the family. And that's how the process works.
So the Viscount of St. David's, I found this interesting because we come back to music again. And this guy apparently is the latest Viscount, and he would be a cousin or a distant cousin probably of Jane Asher's, and he's the latest Viscount of St. David, and he is the Honourable Roland Augusto Yestin Estan Islao Phillips. He's going to be he's the youngest son of the 3rd Viscount of St. David and Augusta Victoria Correa. And he's quite an esteemed musician. He's the presumptive heir of the Viscounty, and he'll become the 5th Viscount. But they don't just inherit these one title. They've got, some of these people have got several titles that they've married into. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 baronies, as well as the barony of that Picton Castle that we showed earlier. I showed it a minute ago. So
and he's related to the Ashers too?
Yes, he'll be a cousin of Jane Asher. And during the 2020 nonsense, he calls himself Roland Sharpeville, as opposed to him calling the Viscount of St. David. He assembled the world's first professional lockdown backing band, which included well-known session musicians, all living together under one roof in a rented Norfolk mansion. That's it there, Vowood, a Grade 2 listed hall. The James Bond film composer David Arnold, another Arnold, possibly related to Huxley, worked with Sharpeville on material forming part of a public awareness campaign designed to promote unity amongst the general public in 2020. Sharpeville and his band, a group of musicians, has worked with acts including Paul McCartney.
There you go.
These people don't just magnetize together by accident.
No.
Because otherwise, I don't know how many words that are written down on this piece of paper or slides. You couldn't bring all this stuff together and say he's related to that and that, but they're all working together by accident.
Right, and then you have the whole COVID lockdown thing, and I'm assuming they were in all one home or residence.
Yes,
and it's just a bunch of nonsense. I mean, the whole thing is contrived.
Yes.
It just reeks of bullshit, if you ask me.
Yeah.
These are the stories they put out there. This is the propaganda that's put out there. Oh, we're all in one building and we're all playing together. We've got our masks on. Don't forget to put your mask on. I'm just so sick and tired of this stuff.
I know, it's boring, isn't it?
The stories, it is.
It hurts your head at times. It does hurt your head at times. But this is the tree back to Jane. King Henry VII was Jane's 16th great grandfather.
Okay.
So where are we? The Francis Wolseley and John, the yellow line there. So these are connections I've picked, and they all have Masonic connections. So Earl Granville will be a principal guest at the at the 80 Club. So this is the 80 Club, and you'll see at the top of that line there, the Freemason. So it must be a newspaper. These clubs, these are the secret clubs that they'll be having a glass of brandy and 100,000 people disappear in Africa at that point in 1887. Or going back to the making decisions based on things that we can't even think about and changing people's lives culturally at these clubs, aren't they? Anyway, Francis Wolseley's 53. There you go. Thomas Tyne, Viscount of Weymouth. This was the grand right. Earl Granville was married to Frances Wolseley, and she was the granddaughter of Thomas Tyne, first Viscount of Weymouth, whose son, Thomas Tyne, second Viscount of Weymouth, was the Grand Master of the Premier Grand Lodge of England. And there's his name there. And this would be a distant, if we look back here, there we go, Earl Granville, Frances Wolseley. Her father was the guy that was the Grand Master. So, and I know the distant links, but they're all more. Anyway, the Viscount Weymouth constructed the Serpentine Lake at Longleat on his Longleat estate, and that's the Longleat estate. Everybody just builds the Serpentine Lake, don't they, Mike, in the back garden? But they all link into the Earls of Sunderland, back into that area where the Earls of Northumberland, the Percys are. They're all intertwined in that same area. And they're also married into the Spencer family of Woodstock, again, there's that name, who have their own lodge, because the Spencers were the Dukes of Marlborough, and they had the Marlborough Lodge.
It says the Spencer Churchill family tree?
Yes, yeah. So also they're related to Princess Diana as well. The Spencers. Okay. The Earl of Spencer was Princess Diana's brother.
Does that tie into Winston Churchill?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Just a wild guess on my part.
Yeah. So Diana's royal lineages includes two illegitimate children of King Charles II. So Princess Diana was related twice back to King Charles through Henry Fitzroy and Charles Lennox. We mentioned the Lennox family before. And anyway. So just to finish off, this is what sort of got me started, to be honest with you. Jane Ash is related to King Edward III. She's also got royal Welsh royalty, ancient royal Welsh royalty. And so is John Lennon. So is Eminem. So is John Densmore. I mentioned earlier that Eminem, his great-great-grandfather, Increase Mathers, was the guy that brought the law in to burn people at the stake. Well, John Densmore, the drummer of The Doors, he had a great-grandmother burnt at the stake in Salem. Quay also has all this Welsh royal lineage as well, as does the Bush family, and loads of other people go through this ancient Welsh royal lineage. But the first thing that I noticed for Jane that got me really interested was this, the Kingdom of the Isles, and I mentioned it right at the end of the first presentation. So she's related to the ancient kings of Scotland, but the ancient Viking kings of Scotland, and her bloodline is, there's no doubt, but it sort of blew me away, this, because the Elliot bloodline is related, no question, to the ancient Viscounts of Dillon, known as de Lyon or de Leon. We take it back to Sir Henry de Leon in 1185, and he accompanied Prince, later King John, to Ireland and acquired extensive land grants in the counties of Longford and Westheath. Eventually, these lands were called Dillon's County and divided into the barony of Kilkenny West and others in 1543. And the name Dillon comes from the French name de Lyon. And Henry de Lyon married the daughter of Sir John de Courcy and Africa de Courcy. This is that lady here. Now, Africa de Courcy, although it sounds quite exotic, she's actually the daughter of Godred Olafson, King of the Isles, King of the Scottish Isles. this guy. And he ruled over this area here. Kintyre.
Oh, okay.
And all these areas here, all the yellow and pink areas, he ruled over. The area where Linda McCartney's Memorial Garden is.
And of course, Billy had the song, The Mull of Kintyre.
Yeah. And this is what excited me. When I emailed this over to Mark and Matt in December, I couldn't believe what I'd found. And going back to the laws of coincidence, this is off the charts if you think it's coincidence. It can't be coincidence. Also, in that area is an island called Sodor. And anybody with grandchildren who listen to Thomas the Tank Engine will know that, or children who listen to Thomas the Tank Engine will know there's a mythical island there called Sodor. And Ringo Starr did the voiceover for
I was going to say, yeah, Ringo, yeah.
And that brings us to the end of part 2.
This was excellent, Dom and Chris.
I didn't say much, Mike, to be fair. Rod Dom's the research that.
That was excellent, Dom.
In fairness, Chris, we're having some audio problems as well, weren't you, Chris?
So, that's okay. It happens.
Speak in case I bodged it up.
Yeah,
yeah, it happens. It happens.
But in case people are thinking, all this research in the 1960s, where is it now? Where is this? Voices under your pillow and things like that. Where does it lead to? And this last video I'm going to play is a professor called James Giordano, and he's not on our side at all. He works for DARPA, and he was doing the rounds in 2017. And he's going to tell us how they do it now. They've moved it on a long way.
Moreover, we can induce a number of neuromicrobiological agents to then incur something called high morbidity. These are not necessarily mortal agents. We can modify the existing palette of bacteria and viruses through the use of gene editing techniques. Very viable. This has been some of my ongoing work with my colleague Diane DeUlis at National Defense University. And what we can also do is recognize that there are existing microbiologicals that can be harnessed to then induce the effects. We can also engage certain chemicals that way. What we want here is a morbidity factor, not necessarily a mortality factor. I want to make people sick. And what I do here is the virus is not necessarily the bug. The virus is what I put over the internet. Let me show you how I can crash a system pretty easily. I affect key individuals here, here, and here. And then I take another community in the back of the room. I affect key individuals there. And then I take another community. I affect key individuals there. And then I do what every good attributional group does. I beat my chest and take credit for it. And what I put out over the internet is, this is a virus, a bacteria, an agent that I have infiltrated into your fill in the blank. I say it's a weapon of mass destruction. And what I tell you it's going to do is it's going to produce paranoia, anxiety, and sleeplessness. What I've just done is I've recruited every paranoid hypochondriac to think that they have whatever that is. I've used salient and sentinel cases, and I create essentially a legion of what's known as the worried well.
He actually said the worried well there at the end of that. That's basically banging pots and pans on the doorsteps in 2020.
Right. That's right.
That's Beatle possession on a scale that's bigger than a Beatle performance at a stadium in 1960s.
Yep. You know what's interesting, guys, is I put a post up on my community tab on my Beatles YouTube channel. And it was an article that had to do with Yoko Ono's daughter, Kyoko. And I'm not kidding, that's her name. It's Yoko with a K, Kyoko. And to make a long story short, Yoko Ono's first husband, prior to John, took their daughter and he split with her. And she wound up in a cult. And then later on, John and Yoko were trying to reconnect with her. And eventually they did reconnect with her. And what she had said was that when she got back and she was interacting with John and Yoko, she said that the Beatles were a cult. She was talking about, this is a person that came from a cult that then realized that she was in a cult, got out of the cult, reconnected with her mother and, with John Lennon. And after spending time and understanding what the Beatles were all about, she said they were a cult, or they are a cult. So this is kind of interesting, right? Where a person who was in a cult says that that's a cult too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it goes to the point where, they can create these things and these environments and all, like he said, worry, stress, anxiousness, and preoccupy people's minds with this stuff. And when you're preoccupied with this crap, you're not thinking in a positive way. You're not doing positive things in your life. You're worried and you're trying to, you think, oh, I have to survive, and you're in survival mode. But anyway, I just thought I would throw that story out there because when I was watching this, I thought of Kyoko.
Well, it all fits. It was interesting to say he affects people or affect him. When I listened to it the first time, I thought he said infect, but he said affect. He didn't. It made it sound like that. He was going to say infect, but he said affect.
Right.
That's totally different. That I can crash a computer and affect it. Just like what William Sargent was trying to do with his voodoo experimentations. They've made it electronic now. Digital.
Yes. And he was referring to it, he was talking in terms of a virus.
Yes.
So when I was listening to that, what he's basically saying is this is a virus too. It's a mind parasite that we're going to put into your head, and we're going to affect how you think, how you behave, how you react.
Yeah. Because we can tune into that frequency that turns it on. Basically, that's what I thought it was saying. We could tune into the frequency that turns that part on. It might not affect everybody. It'll affect you, and you. But we know if we press that button, out of 100,000 people, a certain percentage of that dynamic of that demographic is going to be either, I don't know, sent mad.
Or under control, under the control that they want them to be under. So it's very sophisticated. They've been at this a very, very, very long time. So
very dark as well.
It's very dark, and I don't know. I mean, a lot of times I feel like I'm on the outside looking in, because when you understand this stuff to the degree that we understand it, I'm not saying I understand everything, but I know enough to know that what's going on and what they're doing. And when you're on the outside looking in, it's like looking out your window and watching what's going on down at street level. It's incredible. It's incredible to see how so many people cannot pierce the veil. They just can't open the curtain and look behind it.